are not familiar with our work, IHRDA is Pan-African in the sense we try to cover the whole of the continent, and we're based in faraway Banjul, the Gambia. Gambia because at the time we were set up in '98, there was only one regional human rights organization, which is the African Commission. So we wanted to be strategically located, which is why at the moment our office is a walking distance from the African Commission. So it was about 2 interns at the Commission who felt the Commission could do a lot of good, but not a lot of people knew how to engage the Commission. So after they left the Commission, they decided to set up IHRDA. It was about building the capacity of human rights defenders, lawyers, on how to effectively engage the African Commission. So that was why when we were set up in '98, we started going around Africa to build the capacity of CSOs, lawyers, in some instances, state institutions, on how to effectively engage the African human rights system. You know, by that, I'm talking about the treaties. And I'm also talking about the commission, which was the only body at the time. But we kept growing. And after a while, we started engaging other mechanisms, like the Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and of course, the African Court. We also do work at the sub-regional level with the RECs. So basically, we summarize the work we do using 3 words. We say we defend in the sense we do strategic litigation before all the regional human rights bodies. So as I speak, we have tons of cases before the ECOWAS Court, you know, against Ghana, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, and a host of others. We also have cases before the African Commission against the DRC, Congo-Brazzaville, Ethiopia, etc. We have cases before the African Court. So it's about, you know, identifying strategic cases we will take up for litigation. And like I said, as I speak, we have various cases on various issues before the various human rights mechanisms around the continent. Other than that, we also say we educate in the sense we make it our business to build capacity on the African human rights system. As in, we go around Africa, around the world, to provide training for interested stakeholders on how the African human rights system works. These are the treaties, these are the mechanisms. If you want to engage the African Commission, this is what you do. If you want to engage the African Court, this is what you do. So that's something we do, we educate. We also say we inform, try to share all the information we have on the African human rights system. For those of us who engage with the Commission, the Court, you are very much aware of our case law analyzer, which is a collection of decided cases from all the mechanisms around Africa. We also have, you know, a few databases here and there, one on sexual and gender-based violence, a collection of decided court cases and laws on sexual gender-based violence from different African countries. So in a sense, that is IHRDA for you. Why are we here? Edmond made clear that the AFCTA is meant to be a game changer in the sense we told if effectively implemented, millions of our people will be moved out of poverty. So in a sense, we're talking about trade and, you know, human rights. You know, normally when you talk about trade, particularly at a continental level, there are different human rights implications. There is the issue of, you know, unfair trade practices. We also made to understand when it comes to the informal sector, women are the majority, which means there is this issue of women's rights. And of course, there is also this cross-border trade, which of course brings into the issue of right to freedom of movement. There is also the issue of trafficking, in some instances involving children. There are environmental issues, as in, for those of us who live in coastal areas, you know, our resources depleted, you know, misused in most instances by big companies that are not usually from the continent. Other than that, there is also the issue of climate change, lots of other issues. But if you look at the treaty itself and you look at negotiations, you would find out, just like we had with the African Commission, with the African Charter or the OAU Charter, at the time the OAU was set up, human rights was definitely not a priority. Even our recs, at the time they were set up, it was all about economic integration. Human rights not a priority. But we saw over the years, the recs, the OAU moving away from decolonization, economic integration, to have human rights factored very much into the agenda. So in a sense, the AFCTA is no different. At the time it was conceived, it was about economic integration, prosperity, economic growth for Africa. But you would see human rights was definitely not indicated as a main pillar. So we feel with the agreement itself, there are a host of human rights issues that really need to be considered. I have just listed a few, and I'm sure our experts would go further to really give us more information. So that is why, with the support of the GIZ, we decided it is important we come up with this kind of project as defenders. What do we do to make sure whatever processes we come up with, trade-related, not trade-related, we always have human rights at the center. Like I said, that really wasn't a consideration. So we're trying to encourage all of us, particularly now that the, agreement is becoming more and more prominent. When we go back to our countries, when we do our litigation, when we do our training, to always remind our governments, to always remind our leaders to use what we call the human rights-based approach, particularly economic, social, and cultural rights. We're happy, we got the support from GIZ, and we're also happy we were able to bring in people from all corners of the continent. We're hoping these 2 days are going to be very, very useful exchanges. And we're hoping at the end of the day, we would come up with strategies as to how, as defenders, we can better, how we can make the process better, as it makes sure human rights is at the very, very, very center. We're also hoping this would help with our networking, as in an activist in the Gambia, having the ability to work with an activist in Uganda, so that way we always would remind our governments of their responsibility. We know it's not always easy traveling around Africa, but we're happy and thankful you were all able to make it. We also are very, very grateful to GIZ for providing us with the support that, of course, has enabled us to come up with this workshop. Other than this, we also, under this project, developed a toolkit, which was shared, and I'm sure we'll have it discussed before we leave here tomorrow. So GIZ, thank you all very much. The Secretariat, we understand they're going to be in attendance. We want to thank them for, being available. It's in West Africa. They have to wake up very early to join us. So we thank you all very much. And of course, our experts, we also thank you very much. We know how busy you all are for at least agreeing to come spend some time with us. We're very grateful, and we're hoping at the end of the day, we'll come up with concrete strategies as to how we can make this very, very important agreement better, how to make sure human rights is at the very center of it, particularly economic, social, and cultural rights. I thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gay. We would now listen to a few words from GIZ. Rizani, have it.
Thank you very much, Edmond. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rezan Nasuna, a senior advisor at the GIZ African Union office. And I specifically bring you greetings from the project on strengthening good governance and human rights in Africa, which is particularly supporting this engagement. It is our honor to be part of this historic event. I guess it's the first of its kind within the context of the AFCFTA. And we take cognizance of the fact that we are gathered here to enhance and build the capacity of human rights defenders in the mainstreaming of human rights in the AFCFTA processes. As a flagship initiative of the African Union, we take note of the the AFCFTA being a sea of opportunities, and like Edmund indicated, there's quite a lot to tap into when it comes to the AFCFTA processes, but to the broader AU and the continental agenda on building a prosperous Africa and an integrated Africa. For this particular workshop, it is our hope that we would be able to specifically leverage the gathering to network, build capacities, but also enhance knowledges of each one of us, learn from each other on how we can strengthen the mainstreaming of human rights, but also the critical role that human rights defenders are anticipated to play in that process. We believe that this workshop would provide a broader opportunity that would take forward the roles that are expected from you as different human rights defenders. And we are happy as GIZ to have supported this initiative and to be able to bring this gathering together. The acceptance of all of you to come to this workshop is definitely a demonstration of your willingness to be able to, enhance and completely participate in the AFCFTA processes, which is our new kid on the block. It is also our hope that the knowledge that will be gathered from here will go a long way in furthering your work in the promotion, protection, and the realization of human rights on the continent, but specifically for the right to development within the context of economic, social, and cultural rights. I wish to conclude by reaffirming GIZ's commitments to further support the actualization of the Africa we want as envisaged within the Agenda 2063, but also as guided by the ongoing processes on operationalizing a continental free trade area in Africa. We believe that our collective responsibilities will make FCFTA a reality for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rizan. Dear colleagues, we would wait if we have the AFCFTA join, we would hear from them. So without much ado, to quickly move downstairs to take a group photo, family photo, and then come up to continue with our introductions, and then we get into the meat of the matter. So colleagues, Lydia, Dayo, help me, we're going downstairs. That yes. So thanks. We have some colleagues also who as people from the Secretariat, the AU organ. So just go downstairs for a second for a photo and then get back. As I already indicated, I'm Edmond Foley, Director of Programs from IHRDA, and this is really history in the making for us.
Thank you so much. My name is Rwema Jean-Pierre. I'm coming from Rwanda, from a local organization called the Center for Human Rights and Development. I'm very happy to meet you, and this workshop is for me a very good occasion for the capacity building. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Abu Brahima is my name. I come from Sierra Leone, and I work with the Network Movement for Justice and Development. This workshop gives an opportunity for us who are working on natural resource governance to see how human rights are mainstream in natural resource governance, because it's all about economy. It's all about opening up for business, for governments. So this is an opportunity to look at it from the human rights lens. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Ahmed Manjam from the Gambia. I represent Gunjuru environmentalist and conservative organizations. I'm an activist, and the work we do all centered around human rights. And in my country, this could sometimes be very, very frustrating. So also, I'm very, very grateful to be here. And I have no doubt I'll benefit immensely from this training. And it's also encouraging to see Africans thinking in this kind of direction, because that's the only sure and safe way to achieve the Africa we want. So thank you all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chirabran Alex Waibi, and I'm from Uganda. I work with the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, particularly around business and human rights. And I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Imo Edet. I'm a Nigerian, but I work and live in Senegal. I work with West Africa Democracy Radio, a transnational broadcaster, and I look forward to the outcome of this meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and karibuni Nairobi. My name is George Mukundi. I'm Kenyan. I live in Cape Town. I teach at the University of Cape Town International Law, and I'm quite fascinated to be back in the industry, if one can call it so. I mean, it's a human rights movement. This is where I began. This is where I honed my skills and tools. So when Gay, and Enmund call, you have to respond to them positively. So that's one of the reasons why I'm here. Of course, quite happy to see former colleagues of mine and schoolmates Salima, Edmund, and of course former colleagues Julie and Rizan at the AGA Secretariat, where we spent quite some time. So many of us, of course, have since transitioned, and we engage a lot more with government and AU institutions and UNDP and others. And hardly do we get to hear the voices of the folks who this CFTA is supposed to support and engage in ensuring that there is inclusive growth that is transformational. So for me, this training, this session is one of those ones where I'm back in school to learn and hear from all of you. What are the tools, what are the issues, what are the areas that we need to engage when we support these mechanisms and institutions in terms of implementation of the CFTA. Thanks.
Thank you so much. My name is Najim Moulay Hassan. I am the Executive Director of the Network of the Independent Commission for Human Rights in Northern Africa, member of Steering Committee of the NGO Forum, Focal Point of Northern Africa. Also, we are member of support group to the African Commission on Human People's Rights. We are also in partnership with the High Commission, United Nations High Commission for Human Rights in Geneva, and Tom Lantos Institute in the implementation of minority rights and responsible for the Forum on Minority and for Africa, Middle East Forum on Minorities. Today, I'm very happy to be with you, with the human rights defenders, and I thank HRD for the invitation, especially tackling very important issues, which is the role of human rights defenders in implementing human rights mechanism, especially within the international and the regional treaties that that deals with trade, etc., with the respect to human rights. I hope these 2 days will be full-fledged days. We get, as previous speaker said, strategies, concrete strategies, advocacy, sensitization, litigation of the role of human rights defender in this, especially in the implementation of this treaty, which is AFCFTA. Or thank you so much.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Richard Komotso Monso. I'm the Regional Program Manager from the Charity Network for Southern Africa, which also provides secretariat function to the CSO Forum, to the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child. I'm very excited to be part of this historic event, primarily because this provides opportunity to ensure that children's rights are also considered when we deal with this important issue, because more often than not, children are left behind. So I see this as opportunity, being here as a golden opportunity to ensure that children are part of the puzzle, primarily also within the context of the child rights and business principle. How do you borrow from that angle and ensure that we, throughout the process, children's issues are highlighted? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Felista Mauya from Tanzania. I work with the Legal and Human Rights Center as a Director of Empowerment and Accountability. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be in this room because LHRC, we really focus in advocating for human rights, good governance and democracy in Tanzania. But one of our strategic objectives, we really focus on human rights in business and environmental justice. So this is an area I think we are going to get a lot of knowledge and seeing how we are going to promote and protect human rights in terms of business. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anita Otieno. I'm from the Eastern Africa Child Rights Network. I am looking forward to these discussions and learn especially the relationship between trade and human rights, and hope to effectively engage in these mechanisms. Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Njombo Kelly from Zambia Daily Mail. I'm a journalist by profession. I'm excited to be here because without the media, I don't think whatever will be discussed here will reach the masses out there. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm Eliane Kazaneza from Burundi. I'd like to introduce myself in French, but I'll try. I'm a lawyer, and I'm here as a coordinator program in the Center for Sustainable Development in Great Lakes. Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Julie Ojiambo, and I'm representing the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions as the program lead of the AFTA. I'm looking forward to this engagement. It's an opportunity to learn, network, and exchange ideas with professionals like yourself on how we can better inculcate human rights within the AFTA. So I'm looking forward to the next 2 days. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer. Apologies for being late. I work with Total News. We're a children participation organization and a media organization. So for me, it's how can we bring the voices of children in this whole conversation? Because most of us in 20, 30, 40 years will not be in this field, and the impact of this trade agreement will be on children. How can we ensure that children are not left behind and their voices are heard in the implementation, and they're safeguarded? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. My name is Oludayo Fagbemi. I'm sure most of you won't be able to get that. So you can just call me Dayo. I'm a Nigerian lawyer. I work with IHRDA.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Okelo Anamadoa. I'm here representing Eastern Africa Platform and actors in fisheries and aquaculture, a platform within the larger Eastern African region, convening 15 countries, predominantly artisanal and small-scale fishers and fish traders. I'm also the Secretary General of the Pan-African Platform of non-state actors in fisheries and aquaculture, established within the framework of the African Union. I'm glad to be with you guys so that we can be able to effectively engage in the discussion and conversation around the FCTA, given that our primary commodity, which is fish, is widely traded not only within the regional aspect, but also within the intra-Africa engagement. And more so, bearing in mind that most of the cross-border trade has a bigger segment of women, about 70%, and would want to know and be able to appreciate the role of women in FCTA by the end of the day. Thank you so much.
My name is Samuel Getachew. I'm a local producer for Al Jazeera based in Addis Ababa. I'm happy to be here, and I hope I'll get to be exposed to your stories beyond all these fancy titles you've mentioned, and so we'll be able to cover your stories in a way that is needed within the continent. And I'm glad to be in Kenya, my second home, and thank you for inviting me.
Sorry, my name is Eric Ziribagwa from Community Development Resource Network, based in Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda. This is great. What's happening in terms of when we talk about the professional services, how it affects people who come from country to country, the non-tariffs, how it affects human rights, discrimination of people, persons. So I'd like to get to know more about that and how we can help what I do. Thank you very much.
Hello once again. My name is Rezan Nasuna. Without the GIZ official cup, I'm a Ugandan based and living in Addis. I advise specifically on the human rights component of the GIZ African Union's work. And my expectation out of this workshop is from a disruptive mode. How do we get human rights defenders into spaces where they've not been, particularly within the FCFTA processes?
Bonjour à tous. Je représente au nom de M. Constant Rodrigue Admis. Je suis de la RCA, la République centrafricaine. Je représente le réseau pour le droit de l'enfant en Afrique centrale au sigle du REDEAC. Nous faisons du plaidoyer pour le droit de l'enfant. Ma présence ici, à cette formation, c'est une opportunité d'apprentissage et de partage d'expérience. Et je souhaiterais vivement avoir un résultat positif et une perspective de l'avenir, en voyant comment intégrer la démarche de droit de l'enfance ainsi que la thématique que nous allons entreprendre lors de cet atelier. Et je compte aussi partager avec vous, je suis arrivé à Nairobi sans mon bagage. Merci beaucoup.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eve Nyemba, and I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm here representing Zimbabwe Coalition on Debt and Development. We advocate for social and economic rights. We're a feminist organization. We advocate for women's rights, the inclusion of marginalized people. We promote the Sustainable Development Goals, and we advocating for reaching the people who are furthest behind first, and also for social and economic inclusion. We advocate for water rights. We advocate for the right to land. We advocate for gender rights. So I'm hoping to learn a lot, especially from the discussions that we're going to have here, because development is multidimensional, and we have only focused perhaps on economic development, but this is really good that we are now focusing on how we can mainstream human rights in development. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salima Namsobia. I'm Ugandan. I work with the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights in Uganda. I'm really glad to be here to reconnect with colleagues after a very long period of time. COVID time, everybody was in different places. And I'm really glad that IHRDA has introduced this discussion. We have programming around promoting human rights within the business context, but it's a conversation that states are not very keen to have because of the way they are all rushing towards development, gaining middle income status. So everybody is excited about the agreement and what it could do. But then having this conversation around what does it mean, what are the implications for human rights is really an important conversation to have. And I'm really glad to be a part of it. But also besides, I could not say no to the people, you know, like Edmond texted and, you know, like from each angle, Lydia texted, I could not say no to Gay, Dio, you know, so I just had to be here and I'm really glad. I hope we shall really have a great conversation.
Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Achato Sonia and I am a Cameroonian. I work with an organization called IHRDA Cameroon. IHRDA stands for Young African Defenders in Action. We have our headquarters at the African Human Rights Network in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I am very happy to be a part of this historic engagement and I am looking forward to the outcome of this meeting. Thank you.
I am back. Salima, I remember telling Lydia, tell your friend, that's you, that she doesn't have a choice. She has to be here. But thank you. We're happy to see you too. Gay So is my name. Where I come from, they say I don't have a name. Gay is a surname, So is a surname. So I'm the guy with two surnames. So if you don't remember the Gay and So, I'm fine. Just say guy with two surnames. But I mean, we are really, you know, happy, like I said in my opening remarks, to convene this very, very important gathering. And for me, what I want is simple. What I'm expecting is simple. I'm hoping by the time we close tomorrow, we would have succeeded in maybe creating a movement, as in whether we're going to call it a group, network, movement. That would always remind our leaders. Yeah, it's good to move to the next stage. Trade is good, but at the end of the day, it must not be at the expense of rights. So I'm hoping we get that sorted, as in the way forward sorted by the time we leave here tomorrow. Thank you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. My name is Lydia Winyi Kembabazi. I'm a Ugandan lawyer, but I live and work in Banjul as the advocacy officer. I'm happy to be here and happy to put faces to emails. We shall have more discussions on that later. And also just a quick reminder, I'm going to send the hashtag we are using to tweet this event. It's at hashtag IHRDA. AFCFTA. We will project it on the screen later. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your deliberations. My expectation of this is to see what engagements that we will have continuously to ensure that we place the human rights protection and promotion in the objectives of trade reform in Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fatmata Jangana. I'm the one who has been sending emails on flights and logistics. I'm happy to be here and happy to meet all of you. Just to be here to make sure everyone is well taken care of. And if you have any issues, please let me know. Don't hesitate. I sent an email. My room number is 733. I've also sent my WhatsApp number. So please don't hesitate anytime. Feel free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fatmata. So we have some colleagues who are also joining online. So you can kindly unmute. We start with let's see. Rangwato, okay. You can kindly unmute and introduce yourself. And kindly turn on your video. Can you hear us? Rangwato, are you there? Okay, well, we listen to some.
Interestingly, we recently just launched a report on Africa and its impact on the cross-border issues. I'm in Nairobi, but I didn't know this meeting was happening. So, but I'm happy to be online, and we'll be looking forward to joining and also discussing some of the findings from my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. We're actually going to tea after this, just to let you know. So, Mtoto News is on also. Yes. Oh, okay. Mtoto News Tech, John. Let's get to know who you are. John is kindly assisting us with live stream as well, but he's online and also in.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So I'm John. I work at news. That's my postdoc. My colleague, that's what she likes to be called. Yes, and I'm an online editor, and I'm also joined my colleague here, who's in charge of camera, and I'm in charge of making sure we are live on our YouTube channel and also live on.
Thank you very much. Oh, all right. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex. I'm a video protagonist.
He says little, his eyes say everything.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Johnny Amposa. I'm a human rights lawyer from Mozambique. I work with the Mozambique Bar Association. Thank you.
Welcome. So we go back online. Rasanang, you can unmute and introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Ratanambale Singh. I'm based in Botswana. I'm a teacher and I'm interested in human rights issues. I sit Human Rights National Coordinating Committee, and I'm committed to the cause of, human rights defense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll figure out the tech side of things. Yes. Rangwato. Yes. Are you there? Okay. So colleagues, we will just take a bit of a breather whilst we get ready for the meat of the matter. But like I think we've all indicated, we hope to leave here at least with a strong family spirit. I think this is really, we've brought from all language groups on the continent within the AU space and also the thematic areas. So we can just take a quick tea break now. We are on time, and congratulations to everyone. Most workshops are not on time. So we are doing well for time so far. I think tea, coffee are served behind us. Let's talk to each other, walk around, and then we come back to take our seats and begin the discussions. Thank you. Yes, I think it's right behind us here. Ibis Styles is noted for space management.
Okay. Yes, thank you and welcome back. We want to do two things for the next session. We first want to invite Edmond to talk about IHRDA's engagement with the AFCTA. He would speak maybe for a few minutes, after which we'll invite Dr. George Mukundi to tell us a bit, give us background information about the agreement itself, the negotiations, ratifications, etc. We were expecting the Secretariat to be with us, but unfortunately they're not yet on, and we really cannot afford to wait. So we will start with Edmond Foley, after which we'll move on to Dr. Mukundi. Thank you, Edmond. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gay. Dear colleagues, what I would seek to do is to, I hope, okay, you can see me on this side. Right. To talk through IHRDA's work, our strategic engagement looking into the AFCFTA, and where I think that we can all, so this is not sort of IHRDA top-bottom coming to put something on you to join in, but how we see ourselves as a human rights defender engaging with this, and how we think that we could also partner with you in this regard. We would have a much broader session in this workshop looking at how collectively we can mainstream our work into all of these AFCFTA processes. So what is IHRDA and what are we about? Gay started off by giving an indication of the kind of work we do in three key areas, or under three pillars. Defend, which is our work in strategic litigation. Educate, our capacity building and knowledge generation, and actually what we call transformative learning. So it is not just come and dump PowerPoint presentations on people, but actually become acquainted with the African human rights system in a manner that would help people improve on their work as human rights defenders. And then thirdly, our information dissemination mandate. Over the last 10 or so years, one of the things we have looked at are what we call under-litigated treaties. Those instruments and norms in the African human rights system which have not had much traction or have not engaged the attention much of the human rights mechanisms. And one that we identified, in spite of all the noise made about it, was the Maputo Protocol, the Women's Protocol. The African Commission has some oversight responsibility over it, but if you look in the Commission's work and engagement on the Maputo Protocol, it had not been much. Apart from the African Commission, you look at the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, which has a very clear mandate on children's rights. But nonetheless, some issues that affect the girl child would also, of course, speak into that instrument. Then, of course, you have the African Court, which also has a specific mandate when it comes to this judicial intervention at the behest of individuals and also states, if any. But then when you look at Article 5 of the Court's protocol, there are very few persons who can access the court. Individuals and NGOs, CSOs, we can only go through Article 34.6. So you see that we were working within a certain constrained space. At the RECS level, the Regional Economic Communities level, you had the ECOWAS Court being the foremost when it comes to human rights issues. So within this context, we saw that we would need to advance women's rights through the protocol. And our objective was also to get the treaty bodies speaking to develop a string of cases we're developing. You can talk of cases like, and at some point we'll also share the link to the case law analyzer, which has all these cases available. The Dorothy Ramanze case against the Republic of Nigeria, involving violence against women, violations of women's right to dignity. The Mary Sunday case, also extreme violence against women, We went on to reproductive, sexual and reproductive health rights issues. I'm just mentioning some of the star cases. The Women Against Violence and Exploitation, the WAVES case, as we call it, or the pregnant girls case against Sierra Leone. An interesting case in which the ECOWAS court decided that Sierra Leone had to remove the ban on pregnant girls going to school. Girls who fall pregnant through most of the time no fault of theirs. So we began to see over the last decade that we have been able to generate quite a substantial content when it comes to jurisprudence on women's rights. So within this thinking of our litigation-focused work, we also looked at growing new thematic areas and looking for new opportunities. Within the context of our training work and knowledge, more or less creation and generation and transformative learning, within our child rights work, we saw opportunities to also strengthen capacity in work around issues of child marriage, FGM, and also looking a bit even at children affected by armed conflict. And so within this regard, you saw from the capacity building workshops, we began to identify certain key cases. What we do is anytime we gather like this to build our capacity, we also offer the opportunity. Now, having gained this knowledge, what do we get out of this? What potential issues can we identify? Or have we found within the work we do, which we can actually work collectively to take to the regional bodies? And that's what we call the transformative learning, because from all of this, we are supposed to take action. So we identified the TFA case. We used just an acronym for her because she was a child, raped violently, aged 10. We took the matter to the committee of experts. Today, we have a decision from the committee that indeed she was violated and the Republic of Cameroon has to take action. From this engagement, we have also been able to engage one more procedure of the committee, which is the implementation hearing procedure, where the committee invited Cameroon to come at our behest. We requested it to come and update it on what it has done so far regarding implementation of the TFA decision. That has gone on quite, not to our satisfaction though, because of the kind of responses we got from the state, but at least we had triggered that process. So also from this learning, we begin to pick on issues that affect children, but also within the context of these under-litigated or underutilized mechanisms. Then, of course, with information dissemination, we had gone ahead to identify sexual and gender-based violence also as an area where there wasn't much information. So today we have the SGBV database, which provides resources, decisions of courts from African countries. We have laws from various countries on sexual and gender-based violence issues. How does AFCFTA come into all of this? Within our strategic view, then we started considering, why don't we look at some other socioeconomic rights issues which would have an impact or bearing on a wider network or society if you look at the African population. And then bang, we see this new framework that comes into the picture. What is this supposed to do? It's been touted a lot by the African Union within its economic transformation agenda. And if you look at the founding instruments or the conversations around the AFCFTA, this instrument is meant to actually complement other initiatives like Agenda 2063, the key developmental agenda of the African Union, which is now supposed to propel us into the Africa we want. And what is the Africa we want? Around this table, we all agree. We want better living standards, better jobs, better opportunities. So look back at the dreams of the founding fathers, the Nkrumahs and all. In Kenya, we can talk of Kenyatta, right? All the dreams of these founding fathers, that one Africa has a better negotiating opportunity and voice. And so there was an agreement to create a single market, a single African market, and also one that would catalyze us towards better economic development. You're looking at a GDP of over $1 trillion, boosting intra-African trade greatly. If you look currently at our context, Africa trades with the rest of the world. About 80% of our trade is with the rest of the world, whereas just about 15% is among ourselves. What are the benefits for us if we trade better among ourselves? We're able to boost production, of course, and also create jobs. So in our view, we looked at some of the evidence out there. About 75%, 70 to 75% of intra-African cross-border trade is done by women and youth. So if we are talking about under-litigated areas and looking at underutilized instruments, then within the context of our work on women's rights, children's rights, but also looking at youth, and Jenny was asking, where are the voices of children in this? Just last week, I believe Plan International launched something on AFCFTA and children. Yes, we also buy into that idea and into that space. So we are looking at how, as a human rights organization, the work we are already doing, our ongoing work on strategic litigation, feeds into this constituency who have been identified as critical to the success of the AFCFTA. Cross-border issues. IHRDA has also had a history of looking at migration issues and cases involving persons who are being moved from one country to the other. Issues affecting nationality and statelessness. And thankfully, in Kenya, we took cases on behalf of the Nubian community, for instance, at the African Commission level for the whole Nubian community and at the children's rights level before the committee. But way before the Nubian case, we had done the Mauritania case on behalf of Black Mauritanians who had been moved into Senegal, who had been expelled. So if you're looking at a constituency that is likely to move across borders, then for us, definitely, we find the connections there. To build capacity, organizations working with such women and youth groups. We are in partnership in one of our projects with a group like the African Movement for Working Youth and Children, whose engagements would be critical in this context of the AFCFTA. So whereas the instrument, if you look at it, the three core documents making up the AFCFTA, the treaty relating to trade in goods and services, the dispute settlement mechanism, and all the others, they may not be speaking directly the language of human rights. But we do see that in implementing these treaties, definitely certain state obligations arise to such constituencies. And that's why we perceive that within the existing work we are doing, we see this new opportunity offered by the AFCFTA in this regard. Now, apart from speaking to AFCFTA, as an organization that litigates, and in our case identification work, we have also picked up issues, for instance, of environmental pollution. And we are happy that we have one of our partners here in the room, FishNet Africa. And Namadwa was talking about the impact of climate issues and even this expanded trade framework for Africa on a sector like the fisheries and aquaculture sector. Currently, we have started a project in IHRDA looking at climate change and biodiversity. And our coordinator might be reaching out to some of you after this engagement on how we can also build a certain African human rights constituency around such discussions. In an expanded free trade context, we are going to see increased manufacturing, increased industrialization. Developing countries have been arguing for a certain margin to pollute in a bid to develop. within the UN Climate Change Convention framework have been arguing for us to develop, we would necessarily have to pollute a bit. But what is a bit? We all know the consequences. So as human rights defenders, we ought to be on the lookout. We've already identified certain issues in Senegal, for instance, where there's serious water pollution, a case we are following up on. So as we hope to develop as a continent, we would be the watchdogs. And this is where we find the linkages with what we are going to talk about in terms of the AFCFTA. In a post, of course, COVID world also, in terms of litigated or underutilized conventions or areas, we would look at the impact of digital rights on African citizens. So we are looking at perhaps one African passport. These are some of the discussions that had started before. Access to data and information being collected. Apart from the Malabo Convention looking at cybersecurity, what other normative standards do we have on the continent? And for us as an organization that looks at strengthening the African human rights system, after this workshop, one of the deliverables under this project will be our engagement with the African mechanisms, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. How do they see the AFCFTA and human rights in their work? And this is where we think that together, and it should be one of the action points from this workshop, that for instance, at the upcoming session where we would engage the Commission on these issues, at least in a side event, we hope that we would see all of us participating in those discussions, that we think that you should put this on the front burner of the Commission's work. Issues of socioeconomic rights, the potential for environmental pollution, the responsibility of the state when it comes to actually living up to balancing rights versus economic development. What are going to be the interests of Africans when it comes to, say, investment in our African natural resources and all of that? We are seeing, of course, the expansion of the Chinese into our space. How does the African Commission view this? What are the opportunities for the African Committee of Experts? What do children even think about the AFCFTA, child participation? Do children's voices matter? If you consider that countries like Kenya have laws that speak to public participation, where are children's voices in that public participation? So we as an organization that, of course, works principally on human rights litigation and capacity building, some of us in the room here are very strong in advocacy. How do we harness our resources when it comes to access to information, capturing people's information and managing that information in digital rights, which will come up within this context? So for IHRDA, we are seeing opportunities opening up in terms of strengthening women, youth, and children's rights. Secondly, looking at strengthening state responsibility and accountability and balancing rights versus the need to develop. And thirdly, looking at, of course, an emerging area that as borders are opened up, as spaces are opened up for us to engage and move across each other's lines, the information that is being gathered on us, how is it going to be used, especially when we are talking about shrinking civic spaces and all. So dear colleagues, this, by way of an opener and a teaser, speaks to where, for us as an organization, and we hope that it also inspires you in terms of the connections you see in your work and the AFCFTA. Sincere apologies, we've had to sort of organize ourselves around a bit because the committee, the AFCFTA Secretariat has not pitched. And so sincere apologies to Dr. Mukundi for putting you on the spot. But we'll just share a few thoughts on what the treaty is about and where its key features. The key discussion for us is to see how we would fit ourselves into it. Thank you very much for your attention. After this, we'll have a session to ask questions and discuss in greater detail. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Mukundi, you have the floor. Sorry, I mean, this really wasn't what we had in mind, in the sense the Secretariat is not in attendance. Sorry we putting you on the spot, but we know you're more than capable. Thank you, Doctor. You have the floor.
So thank you very, very much, Gay, colleagues, and Edmund. One of the things you learn as a human rights defender is to think on your feet. So when you're called to action, when someone doesn't show up, then you show up. And you not only show up, but also you try to present some logical sense. So the beauty of it is that back in time, Rizan and I, and Jackie and other colleagues of ours, we used to work for the African Union, including our new GSZ colleague who is supporting this process. And so we established what then was called the African Governance Architecture Secretariat, which I headed at the time. And Rizan and Ibrahim Sanusi were deputies running most of those initiatives. And in conversations with colleagues then, using the framework of Agenda 2063, many of you will recall that there were a couple of flagship initiatives and timelines and agendas based on the 8 aspirations that have been articulated within that agenda. I think for me, the focus, even before we get really to the CFTA proper, is to put these discussions in context. To begin first by realizing that for the longest, there's been clarion calls. If there's anything we can learn from Sri Lanka, we can learn from North African uprising, we can learn from the bread and butter and the wheat discussions and service delivery protests that are taking place almost across the entire continent. It tells us that we've not yet reaped the fruits of our labor, or uhuru. That as colleagues who've written before us, Okot Bitek and others, the Song of Lawino, many of you will remember when the old lady says, leave me, leave me, leave me alone. After all, the Constitution says, leave me alone. In other words, she's having a clarion call in significant distress, imagining, hopeful that we are now independent, yet the promises of those who took over power, they continue to do things as if we are still under the vestiges of colonial rule. And it's not to suggest that there has not been progress. I mean, anyone who come to Nairobi now, thankfully you're in this city, you'll see there has been significant transformation over the last 10 years. Even in terms of air transport, getting from the airport to your hotel, I'm sure you may have seen some significant development, but at what cost is the question. At what cost? And is the cost, commensurate to the labor, but also to the wishes of the people, the majority of whom actually even don't benefit those resources. So the truth is, over the last 50 or 60 years of the Organization of African Unity, as you may recall, established in 1963, 50 years of the celebrations in 2013, when discussions then began looking back and reflecting on what had been achieved really, and what wanted and should we continue to do as we move into the next frontier of the fruits of our labor, or the fruits of uhuru. And there was a concession significantly made by our leaders at the time, that indeed there's been a lot of developments in terms of political freedom. But the main anchor and the main rationale for people fighting for uhuru was economic emancipation. And that needed some impetus, or needed some space or anchoring for us to be able to then attain that. And I think the key questions was, what would that look like at the continental level, at the national level, but also at the regional level? And I think we may remember what Edmund just also clearly stated, that it's not the only, elephant in the room. It's not the only major flagship delivery. And there are many others. If you look at CADEP, which is the Comprehensive Agriculture Development Program, many of you perhaps also are aware of, and I'm highlighting this because I know there's a lot of emphasis on CFTA, but perhaps also as human rights defenders, we might and we should understand the entire scope of what likely can change our lives and the lives of those who we claim we defend. And that includes inclusive growth, sustainable development, that in fact does change their lives, not in terms of just being given a voice, but given capacity for them to actually be sustainable on themselves. As you've had, for those who've been watching news, this country, in a couple of days, we'll be going through elections. And there's been two camps, if you may. There's a bottoms-up approach. There's also those who are saying, let's build bridges. And you're asking what exactly is going on. And I'm not wanting to get into the politics of the game, but the bottoms-up approach, as attractive as it may sound, sometimes hollow in rhetoric, but also sometimes also getting gravitas and getting, attraction amongst the people. For what reason? One asks. It's because people significantly are frustrated that yes, they see all these skyscrapers in the cities, they see all these constitutional commissions, they see judges, they see all institutions and architectures. That of course our AU, which of course based in Addis, have champions for the longest. But they're asking, why is it that even just moving across the border, where the majority of our people live in borderland areas, it's such a difficult thing just getting a visa. I don't know how many of you had and needed to require a visa to come into Nairobi, but why should that be the case? When our European counterparts, they just walk in at the airport without even paying a cent, they're their stamps and they're getting into our cities. So it's very correlated with the essence or the animating factor of how as a people, we must be able to realize those aspirations. And I wanted to give the context of the other flagship initiative before I really hone in on CFTA. The Accelerated Industrial Development for Africa, a significant championing call that unless we industrialize, unless we provide manufacturing, unless we add value, our people will not be able to emancipate ourselves. Is it true? But can we also live in the villages? And in the villages, be able to actually live beautiful lives, as COVID has taught us. Many people moved away from the cities. Why did they do so? Why is it that people are significantly saying, I care way too much about my well-being, my health care, my mental health, than just running helter-skelter in the cities, stuck in traffic? What does that have to do with trade? What does that have to do with services? What does that have to do with development? Of course, the program for infrastructure development in Africa, and I highlighted, and I remember, I think Edmund also mentioned, all the huge infrastructure development, whether it's the Lamu project, whether it's the railways, the train stations, and the waterways, and the oceans, and the ports that everybody is creating. They are being done for what? So it's trade for what purpose? So trade is just but a vehicle to realize something. And I think that's where I wanted us to, as human rights defenders, first begin our point of departure. That yes, we are focusing on one tool, one agreement, one mechanism, and one framework, but that's actually not the real issue. The issue is, why is it that it's important for us as we focus on rights, as the basis upon which then we engage in these particular issues, on why the CFTA is a game changer in facilitating people's ability to live a meaningful, happy life. And how does a happy life look like? Many of us, of course, hang out and spend most of our time in boardrooms. Perhaps you don't know. Perhaps you don't understand. It's until you go to the villages where our mothers or grandmothers eke a living out of sheer hard work and sheer trade. Who do they want to trade with? We ask. So this trade we are talking about, is it for the business people, for the tenderpreneurs, for the big corporates who come and then say, because of the rules of origin, we'll establish a base in Kigali. And now because we are based in Kigali, we then comply with the rules of origin, and so we can be able to trade with each other. What about my mother, my grandmother, in my small village? Is she part and parcel of this conversation around the CFTA? And I think for me, those are the real life stories, the human touch stories that I know our journalists in the room are willing and itching to hear. Because they're really tired of us, chest thumping like the lizard on the Iroko tree, which falls off, dumps off its dust, and wants to congratulate itself that it's done a fantastic job, which is what we do half the time. But yes, we've had difficult, beautiful conversations in the classrooms, in lecture theaters, in meetings, in conferences, in workshops. We've come up with a communique, which is likely what we'll do tomorrow. But how does that gonna change how IHRDA, but how each one of us at our individual perspectives and levels can actually then change these issues. But I know I digress. But I now need to emphasize our point, because unless then we understand that as the basis, the why question, then anything we'll understand from the CFTA. And I'll point out to 3 key elements. What's the CFTA really all about? And using the approach that I have tried out is what was its object? Besides the fact that, of course, being adopted in 2018 in Kigali during that assembly, and I know many of you, of course, can read out all the literature and documents that already has been shared from the concept note to this particular meeting, but also the background documents that already have been shared. That in 2018, our heads of state came together in Kigali and adopted this instrument, and took only less than a year for that instrument to be ratified and actually come into force. Surprise, surprise, the parallel sister mechanism, and that's freedom of movement, the protocol, which came into being almost at the same time, has remained not yet in force. Why, you ask? So who are the drivers of the trade agreement? And you'll be surprised, or perhaps not surprised, it's big industry, big business. And that's why then it has traction, because they can be able to, and they actually do, and sustain, and run, and even when they don't run for office, influence government policy. So they can offer some pieces of the pie to those who then have to ratify this instrument. And I think as human rights defenders, that's our first point of call, to ask if indeed freedom of movement, because who is going to be trading in trade, in goods, in services, or in any of the other elements that are identified in that particular instrument? It's the people. So if you're not allowing those people to be able to move, how do we then expect that, in fact, that trade can actually foster and be sustainable? I think that's the key question that we need to ask ourselves, to say 2019, 3 years down the line. So fair enough, it's still at infancy, still a toddler, still feels struggling. But in the struggles, there's been significant inroads. And the problem of this thing is that it's highly technical, as we'll get to hear in some of the issues that I'll quickly highlight. There were 3 key objectives for establishing the CFTA. The first one is to really create a single continental market for goods and services with free movement of business persons. Remember, and I underlined the word business persons. It was clear. It was not just movement of people, movement of business persons. And one might just think it's lawyers being semantic with language, but it also has a significant undertone in that it's business people that it was focusing on, and investments. And I think it's at the heart of this issue, because if that's the first object, then as human rights defenders, you might ask, and where then are the people? And do we consider our grandmothers and mothers and also informal cross-border traders, business people? How do we define who business people are? If the objectives are skewed, then the entire enterprise, the entire compass of the entire CFTA is equally warped, I argue. The second point is really expand the intra-Africa trade and the regional economic communities and the RECs. And we know there are 8 recognized RECs, which I don't necessarily have to remind us. It's the ECAS, ECOWAS, EAC, SADC, CENSAD, AMU. Happy to see your colleagues also from the north, and IGAD. That those are the RECs, because they're the building blocks from the Lagos Plan of Action, from the Abuja Treaty. We don't necessarily need to be reminded that based on those 2 instruments, the RECs are supposed to be actually the drivers of continental free trade area. But why is it that they thought that it would be useful? Because if you recall ECOWAS, as we just heard from ENMUD, EAC, COMESA, and others, they're already facilitating trades in goods and services. But it was felt that it is important that we have a much larger, based on economies of scale, continental market share. Because as a continent, we are a continent of more than 1 billion people. So it is possible, using tyranny of numbers, if we go back to Kenyan politics, that those numbers are enough and sufficient to be able to broaden the tentacles and the space in which we can be able to trade and actually also share our comparable advantages and competitive edge. The last point is really enhance competitiveness and support regional economic transformation. So what does competitiveness mean? And I think it's important also for us as human rights defenders, because competitiveness sometimes also signifies monopoly. It signifies giving tenders and giving certain other folks privileges to be able then to use national resources. And we've seen that across the continent, especially when it comes to fuel crisis. I mean, anybody who is reading or read yesterday's Kenyan newspaper, Nation, you'll see a few billionaires who've made a lot of money from the fuel crisis. Why? Because then the government will decide every other month will give just one company the tender to import and then distribute and supply the rest of the market share. What does that suggest to us? So the guys are being targeted. So what does it also mean to the local person who then also are impacted upon by that CFTA that we are actually also championing, but also who perhaps also could see these opportunities through cooperatives, through other avenues, to expand the tentacles and expand the horizon, or who also can play a key important role in the entire CFTA trade discussion. I'm not going too much into detail, but I could just unpack just a little bit the architecture around the CFTA, because that's where the complication then gets a little messy and murkier, especially for the non-lawyers in the room, but also for folks who sometimes, you know, we get a little agitated when these issues are only presented as if it's a one-fits-all and as if it's such a simple, easy thing. The truth is, the CFTA, you know, as a document itself, it's a composite of many elements. There is the agreement that covers the entire scope of trades in goods and services, also investments, also intellectual property, but also competition policies. Unfortunately, also they've also realized that in those processes, as we know too very well in contract law and in contracting process, that there is need for dispute settlement. That what if when the folks don't agree? And what's the role for human rights defenders when it's actually dispute that has nothing to do with rights? That the entire disputes are very corporate, very competitive in those particular issues. And the reason I say that is that as we engage in the CFTA, we also have to understand it's not just one document. The way we say, let's argue on the basis of the Constitution, or let's argue on the basis of the Constitutive Act of the African Union. Because surprisingly, there are 6 additional protocols to the agreement itself. The 6 additional protocols, they are supposed to be negotiated in phases. Phase 1 was supposed to focus on the main one on trade in goods, trade in services, and rules of settlement of disputes. That's the first phase. The second phase was supposed to look at the protocol of competition policy, focus also on the protocol on intellectual property rights, and then on investment. So those are 3 additional protocols. Why do I raise this without getting into the details? Because I will want perhaps engage in these issues on a question and answer. But I highlight it there just to make sure that you understand the complexity of these issues, but where we could actually play a role as human rights defenders, because we'll revert and come to these issues in the afternoon this day. What are those trades in goods, and it's what goods? What services? And is it services that only a privileged elites and a few can trade it or exchange? What about settlement of disputes, especially when they're dealing with issues that have a human rights angle, where perhaps somebody has been changed because you don't understand these complicated processes, or where there's actually need for us to make sure that the basis for that discussion at enterprise is the people first and rights. But also then when you get to the other issues around competition policy, and I spoke about monopolies, I spoke about issues of tenders and issues of individuals and corporate really learning and competitiveness. And we've seen in a few developed countries, especially in South Africa, where the competition commission actually does and make companies pay significant hefty sums for manipulation of prices. There are significant rights issues right in there. So even as we think litigation as IHRDA, what do we do when CFT actually then advances and competitiveness because of the whole idea that perhaps we don't understand and because it's complicated? So then we don't get to engage and invest in understanding the competition policy. So understanding that protocol is key. Now, on intellectual property, which is of course significant, because I had Rizan remind us about that the focus is the right to development. But right development, how do we understand development? But also, how do we understand and appreciate what is intellectual property? The outfit I'm wearing today, which I did on purpose, from Ghana, you know, almost everybody would almost maybe think that guy is Ghanaian because he's wearing a Ghanaian outfit. But on what basis did we arrive at that? Now, I know the Ghanaians and the Nigerians have whole wahala around their jollof. I don't know who makes which one better. But how does it end up even then in Chinese spaces, in Chinese market? Just food, because we love food as Africans. What about the kikoi here in Kenya? Things like that. And many other issues, of course, that I can highlight at the emphasis. The please call me back for the South Africans and the whole discussions with monopoly around Vodacom. What about that individual who perhaps we do not see it as a human rights issue, but perhaps we should be at the vanguard, at the forefront of also fighting for that speck of that individual. Just because you be given a few billion shillings, you're saying, look, how on earth would you not accept so much money being given to you? When perhaps you're not saying, what about his intellectual property? There was not value, because these companies are making way much more trillion monies. Also, the relationship with IFFs, illicit financial flows, and also national resource governance, which are quite closely aligned to these issues. Because when you're talking about trade in goods and services, but also this competition policy and intellectual property, everybody is coming into town and patenting and copyrighting different things that we've always known, but we never ever thought that we need to patent it, including injera and teff, which apparently now is owned by some Dutch folks up there. So I wonder what the Ethiopians are thinking when they now have to get approval from a Dutch company to be able to trade with teff, which all of us know it's one of the most nutritious product ever sold because of its elements in it. And it's the main brand and food security issue for the majority of the people in the Horn. So when we are discussing as human rights defenders, those are conversations and questions we must ask, we need to ask as we understand this whole dimension. What's surprising, and not perhaps also not surprising, is that beyond those protocols, there are many annexes, which I am not sure how far much we've also engaged in those annexes. For instance, there's a charity on tariff concessions. What are the tariffs? And are those tariffs fair? And on what basis are we actually giving those concessions? The rules of origin that I just mentioned, where companies from China, from the US, from everybody are setting up bases, giving significant commercial industrial parks. We now know about the Maasais in Ngorongoro, who are also being kicked off, so that those areas become conservancies here in Kenya, up in the north, giving conservancies because we are saying let's attract foreign investment. In Kenya, at the moment, the biggest hula baloo is WHO wanting to hive off land for university because apparently it's a good idea. Is it a good idea? I don't know. I will not pass judgment. But I mean, the whole idea is that these guys are bringing investment. They're bringing in something we need. So they're getting 30-something acres of land. Africa CDC gave me 10 acres of land. But because there's no consultation, participation of the public, of the stakeholders, we assume that just because someone thinks it's a good idea, then it should be a good idea. Because you're then being told it advances CFTA. So is a CFTA so important, then why we are doing that for the first instance? And those are the issues I want us to have debates and discussions on. Because when you're looking at the rules of origin, we're looking at the customs cooperation and mutual administrative assistance that is part of the annexes. We're looking at trade facilitation, the non-tariff barriers, because many are barriers to trade are like the things I said, just being able to just walk across each other. Half of us who are here from other countries cannot be able to call our parents or our spouses or our kids without Wi-Fi or without WhatsApp, because it's astronomically expensive if you used your line directly using your earphone provider. why do we allow for that? I mean, for those who travel a lot to the Schengen and the Europe, there's almost the same use once you register in Germany. You can call someone from France and somebody else, but why can't we allow this? Because that's the only way. If I'm trading goods in Kampala or I'm in Rwanda, I can also call my suppliers without necessarily having to rely when I'm walking on the streets to the next Wi-Fi. And also this whole Wi-Fi business where data is super expensive. How are we also engaging in those debates so that we are ahead of the curve and not just following the masses? Because the leadership have decided, again reminded of the song of Lawino, that the woman is frustrated. But increasingly, people are getting frustrated on the streets. And I dare say we'll see more Sri Lankans, even on this continent, before, after, and during the CFTA, if we don't address those issues, first as human rights defenders. They always remind us, the first port of call, the first place to see where challenges and problems begin is when human rights violations, when human rights defenders have actually no space to be able to occupy and advance causes that we are not necessarily used to because they are said that to be technical. Trade in remedies and guidelines of implementation, issues of transit, conduct for arbitrators and panelists, the experts review, and working procedures for the panel. I want to quickly now highlight some of the institutions of the CFTA because I think it's important. And why are they important? Because we would hope the Secretariat would have been here. It's one of the institutions, and I guess it's a little late or early in Accra. And at some point, I'm sure they'll supplement the discussions that I've just highlighted. And I use this chance more to questions and answer most of them, as much as we can all answer, because I guess we've been through these processes. Of course, the heads of states of government is the highest decision-making body, and they make the judgment call on many of the issues that I've discussed. To what extent are citizens involved in those processes, engaged and actually articulating some of the concerns and some of the challenges and the gaps that need to be addressed in these processes? The Council of Ministers who are responsible for trade, if your country has a Minister of Trade, of course, is also one of the highest decision-making, and they make matters on the entire agreement and the various protocols. And of course, the various sectoral ministries in terms of the various protocols that are still being negotiated. And we're almost at the very tail end. And of course, there are also other committees, quite a couple of them, almost 10. Committee for Trade in Services, Committee of Trade in Goods, the Subcommittee of Director Generals of Customs, because I mean, many of you know about the whole idea about customs, because if then they're going to give people tariffs and concessions, then customs and taxes is a significant issue. Now, those who work on tax justice, we know so very well. It's also the system and the places for abuse by those who are in authority or government. So how do we also make sure that the CFTA doesn't actually advance abuse of customs and taxes for the same purposes that we know equally also confront and the trade remedies and the sanitary to give just in terms of questions we are able to address. I don't know if it's working? Yeah. Sure. Can hear me, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm loud enough. I mean, half the time I'm teaching. Is that the processes for the negotiations are almost complete, especially even the second phase, because the first phase done, second phase, there are a couple of issues still to be negotiated or renegotiated. And my main ask really for IHRDA and for all of us at national level, whichever constituency that is fit for, is that we are asking the right questions. When you walk to a physician's hospital, it's not the diagnosis that matters the most, it's the questions that you asked. The questions that we ask our leaders, the spaces that we will occupy, whether we're invited or we invent those spaces, is as important. Because when I listen to the entire demographic of participants in the room, it's quite a broad term of areas of niche that needs to be at the forefront of these issues, including children issues And I was quite fascinated by that conversation. But how this is affecting and impacting the real beneficiaries of trade, I think for me remains part of the huge elephant in the room. That we cannot just leave it to leaders to determine for us. Because as we've been reminded increasingly, and in fact at some point in the afternoon maybe might show some very quick video of who are the people who are negotiating these processes. Who are the people who are negotiating these processes? If I'm allowed, I don't know whether it will work here. It's just a minute.
Self-reliance and food sovereignty of people. You know, everyone's talking about the Ukraine war and Russia, but the reason who wrote the agreement on agriculture that's destroyed all the self-reliance and food sovereignty of people. You know, everyone's talking about the Ukraine war and Russia, but the reason African countries are hungry is because their ability to produce their food was destroyed by the right to dump by Cargill. Cargill wrote the agreement on agriculture, and then the junk food industry, the Pepsis and Cokes and Nestle's, wrote the sanitary and phytosanitary agreement and created the Codex Alimentarius to shut down healthy food and pushed the food that gave us illnesses, 75% chronic diseases. This is not a conspiracy. There is evidence that the corporations wrote the rules, then it created the billionaires. Now the billionaires rule the world. And I call them the 1%, not because they're 1%, they're just a handful. And when you ask me, you know, what's the optimism? For me, the optimism is a pathetic group of ignorant, selfish men are not more powerful than all the people who've occupied the palace of the president in Sri Lanka, the farmers who've occupied the streets of Netherlands. People have power. We've been made to think we are inert. We've been made to think nature is inert. And all it is a colonization of our mind. The minute we become free and say, we are part of nature, we are creative, and we are powerful. Powerful in a different way. Powerful in the way of Shakti. Powerful in the way of non-violent resistance. Absolutely refusing to be colonized.
So it's done. It's a quick 1 minute, a little controversial. I'm known to be a little controversial. I don't mind it, but it's a powerful pointer that if we allow the usual suspects to be the ones only drafting and determining the rules of the game, then we are in problems. So the hope for her, a Sri Lankan political writer and theorist, argues, if we are not careful, more Sri Lankans of what we saw on the streets everywhere, because the power truly belongs to the people. And as we will see changes of government happening across the world, it's not governments and policymakers alone determining and making those particular policies that in their mind are protecting the interests of a few. And I think for me, that's a major, I guess, changing thing that we have to think about. So how do we proceed as human rights defenders to also change the status quo? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukundi and Mr. Foley for providing us with that very useful background. And Dr. Mukundi in particular, reminding us we are powerful and whether we're asking the right questions. I think those are really important. Thank you. We have about 22 minutes to the next session. I'm sure some of us might have questions or observations. So please, if you do, raise up your hand. You know, you can ask questions or probably provide us with your thoughts on what you've heard so far. Thank you. Anyone who wants to? Yes, Jennifer. You were supposed to dance for us because you came in late. You did it to us in Addis, and I can't wait to. It's payback time.
You forgot, so.
Okay. But please, you have the floor. Jennifer, yes.
Thank you so much, Gabe. So for me, I love what Dr. Mkunde has said. And I'm thinking, we had a conversation, I think it was in May, right? And we're saying if we cannot agree on a common currency, like for me, East Africa, I'm not going to go very far. We have Kenya shilling. It's shilling. but we cannot agree on standard, just common currency. For me, going to South Africa is as if I'm going to sub-heaven, not heaven, but sub-heaven. How can we agree on simple things like trade? Okay, and bringing an issue about children. I love your argument, and I'm thinking, if we cannot be able to teach our children a common curriculum, okay, how can we be able to push for a common trade agenda? Because if you're talking about trade, I run a social enterprise. It's business, okay? And business, you have to understand each other. But if, for example, we are not teaching our children the same curriculum, in Kenya itself, I'm not even talking outside there, here, you know, we can't teach our children the same curriculum. How we expected to ensure that these children, I'm being very futuristic, because we are not going to be the users of whatever trade agreement is the future, is the children. If you're not preparing our children to think Africa, how are you going to have an African trade and marketing? Okay, if my perspective of agriculture is going to the supermarket, like in South Africa, and buying stuff, while in somewhere in Morogoro in Uganda, trade is going to get bananas from the farm. So we need to start thinking, as we talk about trade, we start thinking, how can we start teaching this to our kids? Okay, how can we start teaching this, that it's part of us? And I went through the summary of the ACTA, but I've not gone, but I would want to see how have they bring in the issue of bringing in children. It's a good thing they're talking about Kiswahili being the African language. Well and good, it's a good thing. We are here, we are going to teach you not for free, at a fee. But how are we going to ensure that our kids have the same understanding of Africa and others don't understand? Because talk to an South African child, talk to an Egyptian child, their understanding of Africa is very different from a child in Southern Sudan, okay? From a child in northern Nigeria, okay? It's very, very different. How can you ensure that we have that? For me, I think that we just need to start with the basics and the foundation of this whole thing. We can't start here, and I think it's gay, or I would say it's here. It's the big corps, okay, who are pushing this agenda and not thinking about the grassroots, okay. And I think a friend of mine, LB, says he's not a believer on Agenda 2063 because it was not built by Africans for Africans. So he sees it failing. Is it the same way? Are we building to fail, or is it being pushed by someone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny. So we would start that way. Yeah, so we come down. Is it Mr. Namador? So we'll have you, then Samuel, and our friend from Central African Republic, and so we go that way. Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Please make your interventions brief. We just have about 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mkundi, for the insights. And I think you've been able to bring to the fore some of the very pertinent issues, especially the connection between FSTA and the agricultural sector, especially the CADE process. It's an initiative that has been there now, I think, over 10 years, but you can get little from what the CAD process has done, especially to our producers. And you'll agree with me that there are a number of issues that have been done, including peer reviews and things like that. But again, by the end of the day, just as you've mentioned, the primary producer, this farmer, this fisher at the grassroots level, how does he appreciate such processes in his or her life? The other thing that comes to the fore, it's an issue of ensuring that Africans, we are able to trade amongst ourselves without hindrances. I want to give a good example. I work with fishers and fish traders. Africa, most of the African countries, through the so-called trademark, is it Trademark East Africa Initiative, something like that. They've been able to establish what we call OSBPs, one-stop border points. And the main essence of the OSBPs is to be able to fast track the trading processes across various borders. But you'll find that, for instance, I want to give a good example of the EASN within the COMESA region, that any transaction below 2,000 USD, it doesn't attract any tariffs and things like that. But when this particular trader goes to the border, he or she is forced to be able to part with a colossal sum of money. Why? Because one, our governments have not been able to conduct civic education so that people can be aware, the traders can be aware what entails cross-border fish trade and intra-fish trade within Africa. And these are some of the things that really hinder harmonious activities around trading amongst ourselves in Africa. The other issue that you've been able to mention, and which I totally agree with you, is about the experts. I totally respect our experts. They do a good job. But as you said, it's the usual Dr. Mukundi, it's the usual Namadoa, it's the usual who. So whenever they come here, they just want to be able to put in place what they had about 5 or 10 years back. And it's not working. And there's no consultation among the grassroots players or other stakeholders in such processes. So I want to urge my colleagues, the human rights defenders, that we should be very awake about this FTA process, so that to ensure that each and every stakeholder feels appreciated in this whole process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, we'll come that way. We just hear Samuel.
Yeah, my question is for the professor. You know, I've been working in local Ethiopian media for many years now. Some of the biggest disappointments, I mean, I've heard you kind of compliment the African Union and then play us a voice of, you know, a lady who I respect, who has spoken on many subjects that we all care about, contradicting what, you know, your initial compliment or respect for the African Union. I mean, in Addis Ababa, if you live in Addis Ababa, you quietly, you would know that the African Union has been a dead elephant in terms of bringing peace and even engaging among the Ethiopian actors in the current conflict. They have been almost non-existent in terms of trying to bring peace in Ethiopia and in other countries. So the question I have is, why are African intellectuals scared of the African Union in terms of criticizing them? They're the elites, they're the arrogant African leadership that the younger people are tired of. They haven't even addressed the issue of sexual harassment that's been happening within their offices. They waste money. Walking into the African Union has been humbling for many of us. Every building is either paid by GIZ or by the Chinese interests or other organizations. They haven't even been able to afford to build a home for their offices. I remember in 2018 asking the Rwandese president if the Chinese were spying on the African Union leadership, and his response was, I mean, we didn't pay for it. If they're spying on us, why would we blame them? So why are African intellectuals such as yourself quiet, in fact complementary to a leadership that has really taken Africa backward and have been mute when it comes to the issues of peace and war and conflict and starvation that we're seeing even in Ethiopia and other countries? Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. A quick one. Then we come. Is it Jean-Pierre? Jean. Yeah, please, quickly, please. Yeah. So don't worry, we'll get to all of you. Just want to go around. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I just have very quick questions. First of all, I know that most of our countries, African countries, depends on donors' view. Our economies depends on foreign financial, mostly from the Western countries and China. So how do we ensure a CFTA in African countries while we depending on donors' view, while we depending on foreign financial like Western countries and China's? The other questions have to do with a political will. It's been said that there is no political will in our leaders to ensure CFTA. So we, as human rights defenders, how do we challenge and overcome the lack of political will? Lastly, I'm thinking about unification. Are we as Africa, are we really united ourselves? I'm thinking about the Lusophone countries, where I'm coming from, Mozambique. I'm thinking about the Francophone countries and Anglophone countries. We are not united. And I remember when I presented myself, some of us were saying that, glad you're here. We haven't been in contact with people from Lusophone countries. So it means that you don't know us as Lusophone countries. And we are thinking about the CFTA. How do we unite ourselves as Francophone countries, Lusophone countries, and Anglophone countries? Thank you.
Obrigado, Jean. Maintenant, nous avons continué avec Constant.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Docteur, j'ai eu à vous suivre du long au large et au fond. Toutes les thématiques développées étaient très bien développées et précises. Ma préoccupation va sur deux choses. Sur la promouvoir la concurrence. Cette absence de promotion concernant la concurrence est le non-respect des politiques commerciales établies par les États. Et le deuxième point, c'était promouvoir la transformation des ressources naturelles. Nous, quand on fait la promotion de la transformation, souvent, pas souvent, dans la réalité, on met de côté la mise en valeur de des chaînes de production africaines. C'est-à-dire, nous en Afrique, on ne fait pas la mise en valeur de nos productions. Et cette promotion en matière de mise en valeur est tellement bas et nous nous mettons plus d'action sur la concurrence au niveau d'exportation. Cela nous met beaucoup en une forte dépendance des produits d'exportation par le manque de mise en valeur de nos produits locaux. Comment AFCTA peuvent maintenant intervenir dans ce contexte afin de mise en valeur, de mettre en exergue d'abord la promotion de nos produits locaux en amont et le respect des politiques dans la concurrence. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Constant. We're going around, no bias. You know, we definitely would go that way. George, you can see there are already lots of questions. Clearly, it shows your presentation was very thought-provoking. No, we'll come that way. Just a minute. Eve, please, you had your hand up. Yeah, after that, we will come that way, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your thought-provoking presentation, really. I was just thinking to myself that we want to establish this continental free trade area. And there was a mention that we as Africa trade a percentage of about 15% among ourselves. And we want to increase this trade, this intra-African trade. But also I have a question that, yes, we want to increase this inter-Africa trade,
but we are basically mostly, as African countries, producers of raw materials. We do not manufacture most of our, we do not beneficiate our natural resources. If it's gold, we are exporting gold as it is. And so I'm trying to understand how we as Africans can increase trade when we are basically repositories of raw materials mostly, and not are processing our own raw materials. So that is the first point that then also complicates the aspect of intra-Africa trade. And also there was a point that was mentioned about African unity, continental integration. We ourselves, like was rightfully mentioned, we are not united as Africans. If you look at the number of regional economic communities that we have, there are so many, and we have overlapping memberships. For instance, I can give an example of Zimbabwe. We are a member of COMESA. We are also a member of SADC. There is so much in terms of overlapping memberships. Also, when you look at Botswana, for instance, it's a member of SACU. It's also a member of SADC. So that also complicates the whole process of integration. And also another aspect is, yes, we are talking about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement here. How many people in the streets know about this agreement or have read this agreement, or has it been simplified? We are talking about people living in grassroots communities, in rural areas. We're talking about farmers. Do they even know that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement even exists? So basically, those are just my thoughts as I'm trying to process the discussions that we're having here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eve. Maybe George, Doctor, you need to advise. Do we allow you to respond to the first batch of questions? We have a second round, as in we go to the other side of the room, or you want to take all the questions? I mean, we already have a few. We get, okay, no, that's fine. Okay then, no, we just want, because there are already a few more. Yeah, so we go to the other side. We're going to start with my fumble. Please go ahead. Yes. So after that, we go to Mr. Manjang.
Thank you very much, Dr. What's the name? I forgot. Mukuni. It was a very inspiring presentation because you presented, I'll call it a critique of the CFTA and how it's being implemented and how it is likely to impact Africa and African citizens. And I think that is very inspiring because it does provide an opportunity for us to begin to ask ourselves the questions. For instance, if you agree with me, is the CFTA really a tool that we can endorse as human rights defenders? If we believe that it is not one, empowering local communities, if it's not creating the necessary benefits for poor people, marginalized people, women, children, and migrant workers, if it does not create the economic base for people to be economically independent, in addition to the political independence, does it deserve our attention? Does it require us to begin to create processes or mechanisms that will decorate it by making it fit for us? Is that the approach we want? If it is a transformative process that we are involved in, how do we approach it so that it becomes really transformative, that we do not endorse it by making it look good somehow? The second part is you have to advise. There is an idea of the fact that African initiatives have been many, and even in the toolkit that was in, there are so many of them. But one of the things that I did not see very clearly is one that has to do with the natural resource governance. The African states did come up with the Africa Mining Vision as a framework to rid Africa of this siphoning of the resources, like my sister said, not value adding, just exporting to the West, and therefore not being able for us to take advantage of the processing of the value chain. But alongside that, there are many other initiatives that have been developed on natural resource governance. For instance, the EU Raw Materials Initiative, the EITI, Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, the Kimberley Process Certification Scheme. These are all initiatives that are meant to promote one aspect, just one area, small aspect of the natural resource governance. What do you think of these? Are they not distractions to the thinking and the promotion of a more comprehensive, transformative natural resource governance framework, which in one way the Africa Mining Vision has attempted to do? Is it not a way of making us just become a bit cosmetic in the process of developing our natural resource sector for development of our people? I just wanted to touch your mind in that direction, because there wasn't much talk about it, and it's critical because everybody's going for investment in the natural resource sector, mining, oil and gas, forestry, fisheries, and so on. But it seems that the trade area seem to be clearly, well, discussions around this seem to be silent on those sectors, and they are very destructive sectors. So what do you think? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manjan, thank you very much for that intervention. Mr. Manjan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for that brilliant presentation. Couple of people mentioned before here about our unity. What do you think? I think that have very much to do with the colonialists. I think we're not actually completely independent. How do we stop, or how the involvement of the Europeans, especially France, in my part of the world, the Gambia, that West African bloc, we try to introduce a common currency, but the French involvement, because of their selfish interest, has been very obvious, and it makes it very, very difficult. I think that need to cope. And also, how do we cope? How do we counter the influx of the Chinese and also the Indians, Chinese especially? In my area, I see the Chinese, their tactics, they don't only come to invest, but they come to colonize and also to replace us in worst case scenario. And I thought it was really bad in my area, but when I see the Chinese policy in certain African countries, I don't have to mention the regions, where they are teaching kids from nursery level to primary school to high school, and they send them, the best one to China or Japan to go and study and come back. I see that as proper way of recolonizing, and even more aggressive. How do we deal with this? These are my concerns, and also the issues I'm very much closer to my heart about the natural resources, especially the fishing sector. In the past 6 years, we've seen a lot of Chinese investment in the Gambia in the fishing sector. And they involved in fish meal productions, and these push out the women, especially, who are at the center of this industry, completely marginalized. The Chinese have the first options, and they will hire fishermen from the neighboring country, Senegal, and when they have their catch, they have the first option. What is left over, that is what the locals take. So these are some of the issues at our level. In fact, is the government officials that are helping them to do those kind of factories. In fact, all of them, we prove beyond reasonable doubt that they were established without proper environmental impact assessments, and also they care less about the environmental aspect of this investment, but again, is the government officials. And we manage to also infiltrate them, and one of their officers, with the fallout, tell us, well, the problem in Africa is anything can go if you have money. So how do we stop this? The endemic corruption, how would that going to impact on this African continental free trade zone? These are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manjang. Yeah, so we hear from ISA and WADR. Thank you. We'll get there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And so for me, when I was listening to Dr. Mukundi, I think one of the things that I noticed and which was very scaring is the fact that the way some of these processes are actually developed at the regional level is also mirroring what we usually have at our national levels. We've seen very many programs or interventions that are developed, for example, in Uganda, and you see that issues such as human rights are the last thing that are considered. And much of the time, you're just trying to play catch up or to see how exactly you can get in. On a good note, though, I would also like to say that in addition to such engagements such as this, I was listening and I noticed that we have some people from Nahri. I think Julie's from Nahri, and they'd also taken on this discussion on seeing that human rights was, mainstreamed that way in the process. But just to say, so when you talked about the pushers of this this agreement, I think it was very scaring, and I think everyone ought to be. The intentions behind that. And for me, when we get to the issue of the scope of the services or goods that we could see this process covering, we have to be very keen on extension to goods and services that are, let me call them public goods. And we've been keen on the discussion on ensuring that certain goods aren't let, to the whims of market forces, such as health and education. And I think across the continent, we've seen the consequences of that happening. So as this scope is being built, for me, I just wanted to know what you see, the implications of, let's say, for example, putting such goods in that scope. What do you think the implications would be vis-a-vis austerity measures? Because we've seen that much of the time governments are very keen to just leave provision of such things to investors, and usually the consequences are dire. Do you see that as a real concern? Yes, that is it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Edet?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm sitting next to you, sir, so I'm sure you can hear me clearly, but for the purpose of the online streaming. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. And part of what I picked from it was the illicit financial flows, which you mentioned. And this happens across Africa, all of our countries. We have massive big corporations who come in, they explore and leave without leaving anything behind. Do you think the African Union is turning a blind eye to this? And how can this Continental Free Trade Agreement address this issue? Like, clearly, IFF deprives the population of their basic rights in terms of development, putting basic things that they need and taking away, the resources. How can this be addressed through that agreement, and what role should the AU play in ensuring that IFF comes to an end? Thank you.
I'm sure, Doctor, you already have your book full. So we have Barisa. Sorry, Julia. Okay. Okay, we'll take you, then we take Julia. We're just going round. Or do you want us to start with her? That's fine. Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, George, for the presentation you gave. And while you spoke, one thing came to mind, especially regarding the freedom of movement. I think freedom of movement is to be welcomed when you talk about trade. However, one would say our approach has been rather ambitious. And when you think about it from a national level, for example, we talk about freedom of movement, but we don't want to address issues at national level that cause contention. For example, issues like terrorism, you know, the influx of refugees or illegal immigrants, which are valid concerns that Africans have, yet we want to address the issues of trade, which is still very important. So my question is, do you think we should change strategy in how we address our human rights concerns? Indeed, trade is important, but you can't talk to nationals about trade while they have other underlying issues that are yet to be addressed.
Thank you, Julia. I think that's our last intervention. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Doctor, for the good presentation. Mine is just a small one. It's just, I think we should really think about, when we talk about the free trade in Africa, I think us as Africans, we have our issues. I'm from Tanzania and we have issues with investors. As we just addressed, issue of Loliondo, Ngorongoro, we have issues across the country. So as a continent, I think it's the right time we think critically and come out with the solution before getting to anything else which is going to affect the rest of us. Mine is, how are we going to combat issues of smuggling and other illicit practices across the country? We are talking about a trade here, and I think each of us in Africa, we can acknowledge that we are blessed. We have a lot of resources. How are we going to be in a position to control such issues? But we have issues in human trafficking, women and children abuse. And now, as the first presenter presented, that about 70 or 75% women and children are the ones who are involved in the business. So how are we going to assure our people that their rights are going to be protected and they're going to be safe, and we are going to have a really free trade in the continent? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, observations? Honorable George, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the beauty of it is that we are here for 2 days, so we cannot exhaust some of the answers. Neither do I have monopoly of actually those answers. The reason you are all convened is that the organizers felt that there's something special that you bring to the table. And all I can ask more, I mean, I like, as Rizan might know too well, throwing back the work to the people. Because unless you own the solutions that you are propagating, highly unlikely that you'll actually see them through. I mean, one of the statistics I recall I had initially also wanted, because I know Gay had asked of that. There are only 12 countries, in fact, on the entire continent that have not yet ratified the instrument or deposited the instrument of ratification. And it's important for us to know that, because it means the majority of us, I actually think everybody who is here in the room, your country is a member of the CFTA. So in a sense, we expect you to do far more than you're doing, I guess, and understand that instrument, because it will not only affect continentally, but actually affect your country in terms of following up as one of the key actionables from everybody. Because other than Somalia, South Sudan, Mozambique, did you say you're from Mozambique? Okay, then you're excused just slightly. But you have work to do, because you need to convince your folks to go and ratify that instrument. Madagascar, Liberia, Libya, Guinea-Bissau, Eritrea, Comoros, Botswana, and Benin. They are the only 12 countries that have not yet deposited the instrument of ratification. So out of the 55 countries on the entire continent, only 12 are not yet parties to this instrument. And that's a very useful, staggering, useful data point. Because it actually then means, as human rights defenders, half of the questions that you asked me are actually questions you should be asking yourself and asking your authorities on what they need to do. And perhaps not just agonizing, which is what we do as human rights actors, but actually making propositions on what needs to be done. So we must really shift the debate. And I want to congratulate IHRDA, which more we've known them as litigators. They've taken everybody to court. And at some point, you know, you ask yourself, and then what is it doing? So you have many cases, 30 plus judgments, but not very few of those judgments are actually seeing the light of day. So it's nice you get lots of funding from partners and donors, external actors, to sue your governments and to bring these guys to the table. And I guess, in a sense, almost getting to the reason why I really think when your home is broken, when your mother or father is abusive, when you grow up in a relationship that is not nice, no one ever will you ever claim another father to be your father, at least biologically, or your mother, or even your siblings, even if they're crooks. They are still your siblings, and that's why you see a lot of protection from mothers. Now, our institutions are not perfect. Those are our only institutions that we got. And I'm really getting to a point, you know, asking myself, I perhaps maybe belong to the 1%, as was argued by the lady that you articulated. But yes, indeed, and I make a concession that we are very nice to speak in this fora and speak our minds, but we are very hazy, reluctant to speak truth to power. Why? And increasingly that has happened to human rights defenders. Ask anybody. The Kenyan human rights space, the Kenyan human rights defenders movement is not the same we knew in the 90s, 20s, growing up. Because temples have changed. Tons have changed, digitization, innovation, technology, but also how government works. But also that, unfortunately, government also learned that what we do, we bring them to the table. They're actually the ones telling the other guys that don't tell us. So you have governors, you have presidents, you have ministers who actually were human rights defenders, but the moment they go to the other side, you have no idea what happens. And you ask yourself, what happens? Power corrupts, and absolutely does so. The reason I want to say that is that, yes, indeed, and in Addis, all the issues, I lived there for 5 years. I know Addis, perhaps even not as well as you do because that's where you live. You critique, you also seduce, if I can use that term, but also you throw in incentives, you speak to people. Because, for instance, if the first thing you say is, call me names, I will not listen, I block my name. I'll block my mind. I don't know what you're gonna say. The fact that we must first see, as human rights defenders, even the guys on the other side, first as human beings, with vulnerabilities, with fears, with problems. The first thing you do when you look at the other person in the eye and don't see their power and position, and see their humanity, even when they don't present that, the Mandela moment, games change. And I say that also because as human rights defenders, we can't always keep on the pulpit agonizing and saying what's not working. What has to work? What do we need to do to work and make those institutions work? The African Union, I can tell you for free, for the rest of our lives, will be the only institution we know. We can say, yes, we belong to the UN, we belong to other actors. Some of us want to say we don't belong to nobody. It is our only institution, so we're going to have to make it work. And I think that's a point I can't emphasize enough. And then go back to say, what will make it work? Even when those academics and intellectuals we hope can deliver, they failed, as we show in Sri Lanka. The people we expected to actually change government are actually the ones who failed. It's not the MPs, it's not the prime ministers, it's the people on those streets, and that's what this woman is saying. And that's why we are seeing whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's across the continent, even whether it's in Addis. Because those issues, it's not that they're not there, they're there, and we will hear them, even when we don't want to hear them. I want to get to a point, really, that one of our colleagues spoke about in terms of how we even identify. It's really problematic. Lusophones, Anglophones, Francophones, still identifying ourselves with colonial legacies and linkages. That why don't you hear us as Lusophones? Why don't you hear You first as a person, as a human being. Of course, it's nice theoretically, and I can claim it, but we don't necessarily share the same. And I wonder, because the colleague there asked, how is it that we don't even share common language? We can't. We are diverse people, and we have to embrace our diversity. Already in our own countries, I mean, if you look at this country, we have 50 plus tribes. We hardly agree on many things, especially politics. But somehow we have to find an animating factor that brings us together. Will it be language? I am not sure. Will it be something else? Perhaps. Will it be a vision? Whether it's a constitution? I am not sure. I'm sure we know the issues and we know the answers. So identity is based on language of our colonizers. I think as human rights defenders, it continues and will apply. That's why we have to have people to translate and interpret for us. But we must also get to a level where we engage with each other in a manner that actually tells each other truths and not semantics, which for us, the lawyers, that's our industry, that's what we eat. So we'll tell you the things you want to hear, perhaps even when you don't want to hear them. Now, on the issue of competition, which I think is a major one, and unfortunately the protocol hasn't been finalized properly because it's a difficult one. And also because if you look at WAEMU, if you look at COMESA Competition Commission, the EAC, everybody has a competition commission. And we borrow a lot from national competition commissions. And they also struggle. They also struggle between the guys who are actually paying government to run, the guys who put government into power, and they're the ones who are running those industries, whether it's bread, whether it's water, whether it's electricity. Now, can you imagine escalated at the continental level when you're talking about natural resources? DRC, we know about Glencore. I mean, if you heard about Glencore. Yeah. Now, Glencore is charged to pay Americans for penalties which belong to DRC. Yet human rights defenders, we are quiet. And I think for me, I mean, a few, Palu and others have tried to bring these matters to court. But IHRDA and us, as all of us, including our colleague, across the board who engage more on tax justice and illicit financial flows. If we don't address that thing in the bud, it will be one of the biggest challenges as human rights defenders will continue to confront. Because it talks about consumer rights. Half of the stuff we will get is not necessarily the right things to be brought. You remember not too long ago, Indomie, which I know is liked a lot in Nigeria, yes, being banned in some of our countries because apparently there was a problem. And through the COMESA trade facilitation program. But COMESA said, no, wait a minute, these things are being produced in South Africa. Of course, the Nigerians and the guys up in West Africa think Indomie, they invented it, so it's their thing. And so nobody else should be able to champion it. But people are able to quickly manufacture these things and then claim that this is our product. Now, if the folks who've registered that patent and copyrighted all those processes are actually giving the consumers, who are the beneficiaries we need to protect when it comes to CFTA and those trade agreements, that then end up giving us products that are not of value or of substance. What do we do as human rights defenders? I think it's an open question. Now, value addition, I can't speak more on this than perhaps even ask our colleagues from Al Jazeera and others who spend a lot of time, of course, engaging whether it's Singaporeans and others. There is no other space. And I think the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, at the last World Economic Forum, he was pushed really on how we must do value addition. He said, you guys don't make apologies when you do make propositions that can actually advance your trade interests. Because trade is a national interest, foreign interest. So how do we also make sure our national interests also align with the foreign interests and our foreign policy? Because for some countries, they will not make apologies on these issues. So when you think of Ivory Coast, when you think of Ghana and cocoa, yet they produce the raw materials and are unable to produce the chocolates that we all enjoy and patent and love so much. When you think of Nigeria, Ghana, and even Uganda with their oil, and yet we are not even able to purify it, so that when we are having a problem now as we do, we still have to go back to Russia to bring in containers. How is that possible then, that we have all those resources on this continent? We are talking about a CFTA, and yet we cannot trade in crude, because crude is going to help nobody. Because we don't have a facility. At least Dangote apparently is trying to create one in Nigeria. But why should he create one for Nigeria? He should create one for the continent. But again, the part of the private sector, as I indicated. Yes, difficult colleagues, but also huge, important. On the issue of overlap or membership, it's a consistent problem that not I, neither anybody can ever deal with. In the Eastern Horn of Africa, half of the members of IGAD are members of EAC. Half of all those members are also members of COMESA, whether it's SADC and everywhere else. You spoke about SADC and SACU. SACU, of course, being much more advanced in terms of free trade and the customs union. But when you think of SADC and the challenges they face in terms of customs union, only those few, and equally, if you look at in the region, at least Uganda, Kenya, and others, where we've said the variable geometry as the basis upon which the not to use Bush's terms, the coalition of the willing. If you're willing to allow people to trade in services, especially the lawyers, the medical practitioners, the physicians, and others, we will do so with Ugandans and Rwandese. Once the Tanzanians agree to come to the table, we always remind them they're our sisters and we love them so much, but they become problematic sometimes. Then you can join the board. But we will not stop EAC or variable geometry from happening to ensure that we are able to trade in services just because one country then says we will not do so. You've seen South Sudan is not there and it's a member of EAC. Now, on value chain, I don't want to talk too much about it. Foreign reserves in France for West Africans. I mean, it's a huge problem. I can't want to speak on it in a forum of this kind for good reasons. One, the common currency, I mean, for most of you who travel, I mean, you came with your own currencies. Until you're given some DSA in dollars, which is another foreign currency, then you trade it in Kenyan shillings. Even the M-Pesa money that I have in my account, if I go to Rwanda or Uganda, I might be able to trade in it. But what happens when I'm in South Africa? Can I use it? I can't. So how do we imagine that we can trade when you need to pay with your M-Pesa because you had money in your M-Pesa? And those are the questions we need to ask and what that essentially means. Not necessarily to facilitate to trade, to ensure that there is a rights-based approach. And rights-based approach actually means that the people are at the center of the entire enterprise of this conversation. I think there was a huge discussion a sister raised, that we are seeing, especially I think in Ethiopia, we are seeing it here in Kenya, we are seeing it also in Loliondo, as you said, on housing. But government are uprooting huge neighborhoods, taking them back to far-flung neighborhoods and areas, using the Kebele system and things like that for urban planning and evictions without compensation in the name of creating industrial parks. Those industrial parks are possibly for the CFTA. And we go back to the first question I raised, for what? Is it for the private industry or is it actually to benefit the people? So if it doesn't do that, then we have to ask significant questions to raise and point fingers to, so that the concessions that the Loliondo Masai is being kicked out to give rise to the Arabs in the Middle East to be able to invest in those spaces, essentially says that then from the rules of origin, they'll actually be able to actually trade on the continent just by changing their geographical zone of where they're operating. Now, the whole idea about treaty making, and I think that's a difficulty, where it's a very elitist space and debates for two reasons. One, the Treaty of Westphalia, Versailles, and others in terms of treaty making still remains a preserve of member states. But we've also seen increasingly over the last couple of years significant development, and I know IHRDA been involved in the African AU-TJ policy, the Indigenous Rights Declaration and the movement that has significant change to quite a couple of things. And now I think seeing more citizens being led even in terms of trade and facilitation. And I think for me, the key point is, it's not how well we understand those technical details. And it's also even not how much we ensure that the people actually are aware of these issues. Because awareness, which we all do and sensitize individuals, is how do we make sure that even if you just move one needle, that needle makes an impact. Because you can sit here for years and months being trained on this CFTA, and nothing will come out of it. So I hope by tomorrow, when we come up with clear outcomes, it's something that each one of us you can identify, not something we leave to IHRDA and colleagues at GSZ and others. Because I think, as was raised, and we saw here in Kenya yesterday, subsidy on unga, as a small token for a month. In a country that is really seriously under economic strain, you're giving subsidies that are not sustainable. And you're not then asking, is this for elections purposes or for what reasons? So you're giving subsidies. We won't give subsidies to farmers. And for the CADEP colleague who raised this question on CADEP and agriculture, sustainable agriculture and climate change and climate security, is that if we allow market forces to determine and drive the modern developmental state, Meles Zenawi, God bless his good soul, and countries like Rwanda, also perhaps advance that agenda. But equally, as human rights defenders, we'll argue, and I'm not saying we shouldn't argue, on perhaps whether that model works. And I think there is space increasingly for us to interrogate further whether it's a space that we can also make sure there's human rights mainstreaming, human rights elements to it, without losing the fact that they somehow have also been able to advance. Because if you give private sector the role to run on health, the role to run on education, security, using the Washington consensus model, where we are now seeing Ghana going back to the IMF to beg with a begging bowl with significant stringent conditions. We have go back to the 90s revolution time. I'm afraid I can't go too far, because otherwise then I'll be preempting something I'd prepared for this afternoon. But just to say that, look, and this is more to my sister Julie, look, the benefits of free movement far outweigh the costs. We've done studies, and there's a very beautiful study by the IOM on the costs and benefits of free movement of Africa, of peoples in Africa. And it's available online if you just Google it up. It actually just do agree that, yes, there are significant issues to deal with. Security, public health, and many other considerations. But for those that have attempted it, and we know Rwanda has done it, Ghana has done it, even Ethiopia, that was very reluctant for a very long time, has done it. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody is happy about it, but somehow they've managed to deal with those issues and actually showcase that it's not a problem to allow people to move. Otherwise, it will be the same argument we'll be making for even internally, saying, let's not the guys from the West or from the East or from the South come to invest in our neighborhood. I think free movement and trade are two twins conjoined. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have to have another round of applause for Dr. Mukundi and Edmond before him. Yeah, 30 minutes beyond the time allocated, but I'm sure you all would agree with me. It's definitely very much worth it. Yeah, so we have come to the end of this session, and I will now hand over to Mr. Mulai, who is moderator for the next session. Thank you for your participation, and for the presenters, I thank you again so very much. Mulai, it's your session. You have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you also for the intervention this morning. It was really very crucial, very important. We've learned a lot of things, a lot of concerns about Africa. Africa we want, the Africa we want. So it's my honor to moderate this very important session under the title, The Role of Human Rights Defenders in the African Continental Free Trade FCT study report. So as we know, and we tackled this today, that the FCF seeks and target a single continental market for goods. It's aimed to deepen also the economic integration between African countries in accordance also with the Pan-African vision, which is integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa, enshrined in what we call Agenda 2063, and also enshrined in the global sustainable development SDG. However, the importance of inclusive growth, sustainable development, good governance, democracy, respect of human rights, justice, security, and the rule of law face, in fact, a lot of challenges nowadays, and it was mentioned by Edmond in previous session. So a lot of challenges, especially in the implementation. No one can deny that this aspiration would eradicate poverty and would unite African countries, but there is a lot of challenges concerning the implementation, especially when we talk about human rights in Africa. So as well, we know that we have a very prominent mechanism, the African Commission on Women's People's Rights, the African Committee on the Expert and Welfare of Child, the African Courts. But as I said before, African countries have ratified many international conventions and treaties regarding the respect of human rights, regarding freedom of assembly and association, the freedom of expression, and minority rights, human rights defenders, people with disability, etc., etc., extractive industry, etc. So, but when it comes to reality, it fades away, it doesn't exist. We have laws, but when it comes to implementation, it doesn't exist. Here come the role of human rights defenders especially in the implementation of the CFTA, Continental Trade Area. Since they are human rights defenders, their role and their voice is for the voiceless people. And as we said this morning, human rights defenders should make a strategy, concrete strategy in litigation. Especially, we have these instruments, and a lot of Africans don't know so much about the role of this instrument, and it's very full-fledged, very completed, very good instrument to use. But even if also this instrument should help the CSOs, civil society to engage with the instrument. For example, the African Court, as we said, we only go through the Article 3406, which little bit drawbacks to civil society to access to the court and to advocate for some cases of violation, human rights violation, or countries violation. So today, in this scene, today we have with us Abdul Aziz Sokho. He's a legal practitioner, so he will be presenting a study on behalf of the consultant. He will be with us online. He will be speaking about the role of human rights defenders in the African Continental Free Trade. So good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Sakho. Do you hear me?
I'm not sure what time it is there. It's very early here in Banjul.
Okay. Some questions. What are the reasons behind this report or this study? Recommendation regarding this study report.
Thank you very much. Greetings from Banjul. I'm very happy to be joining you guys, all of you amazing people there in Kenya, from here in Banjul. Indeed, the objectives of the study was basically to examine if there is any legal basis that could enable human rights defenders, if you like, to participate effectively in ensuring that the CFTA, does become human rights compliant, because certainly trade and investment agreements, have that reputation to impact human rights, to highly disregard human rights, if you like, in the negotiations. So basically, the objectives was to see to what extent human rights defenders were involved, engaged with in the negotiations, to what extent does the agreement and its implementation protocols recognize human rights principles and values. So basically, I think that was the objective of the study.
Thank you. So what are the main challenges that the human rights defenders can face regarding the involvement and the engagement in the African Continental Free Trade Area?
Sorry, I missed, my connection isn't really perfect. I missed certain elements in your question. If you may please repeat.
Yes, first of all, can you give us, yes, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you give us a brief summary of the report study and what are the challenges that face human rights defenders in an engagement with the African Continental Free Trade Area?
Yeah, I think basically, I mean, we have to understand that there is a big dichotomy, between human rights and trade principles and values. And so, I mean, essentially, the main challenge has been the lack of meaningful consultations of human rights defenders in the negotiations of the CFTA agreement, because I think that would have been, because when we spoke to HRDs across the continent, even though we were limited in terms of the number of people that we were able to speak with, most barely know that there is a CFTA agreement, but not beyond the cosmetics of having an agreement in place, but the implications and how they can engage was highly lacking. You will also realize that because of the nature of these trade agreements, because of the economics of trade agreements, and because of the economic jargons and the trade jargons, we realized that most of the HRDs definitely had a challenge, or have that challenge that is still subsisting, to not just understand, but to appreciate the CFTA agreement, because the CFTA is a framework agreement and it has various implementation protocols, and it has at least 3 phases of negotiation. So, so those are basically some of the key challenges.
Yes, thank you. So if you have a PowerPoint presentation, you may present it for us as human rights defenders.
Yes, so thank you very much. Let me see how, so you want to help right now or something? Okay. So, no, yeah, I need to, okay. Just a minute, I'm trying to.
We just allow him to share this. Mr. Saho. Mr. Saho. Yes, do you hear me, Mr. Saho? Yes.
Is that Edmond, please? Hello?
Mr. Saho, if you find it difficult to share with us the PowerPoint, we can send it and we share it with the all the participants. Just if you can, for example, share with us the main highlights, the main elements of the report.
Yeah, that's fine. I will just email it to Edmond right now, and then I'll go ahead with my presentation. Since we don't have time, Edmond, email and Salah. Okay, so I've sent Mr. Edmond, I have sent you the PowerPoint, so I'll just go right ahead into it. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. Hello, can you hear me, guys?
Yes, okay, we hear you very well.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I quite apologize for that hitch. You know, it would have been preferably nicer if we were all there in Nairobi. I mean, you know, technical issues do happen, and so I'm very happy to share with all of you our research into the role of human rights defenders in the African Continental Free Trade Area, and to do this presentation on behalf of my team. So basically, the report is divided into 5 chapters. The first chapter looks at the introductory background and context to the whole study. You know, that's obviously human rights, if you like, and the CFTA. And then chapter 2 takes a look at the CFTA conceptual, legal, institutional, and administrative framework. And then chapter 3 looks at the legal framework that is in place on the continent, which we believe could be harnessed to effectively mainstream and also propel the participation of HRDs in the Continental Free Trade Area. So the 4th chapter looks at the role that HRDs can play towards this end. And then the research then concludes with a host of recommendations that are basically about how the ACFTA agreement, you know, could be localized, and how HRDs could benefit from continuous training and retraining, you know, to ensure that there is a very comprehensive understanding of the content, the implications, and the way forward for the CFTA and human rights on the continent. So to begin with, of course, my name is Abdul Aziz Saho. I am a state counsel in the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic of the Gambia. Great. So that it looks like our problem has been solved. So like I was saying, my name is Abdul Aziz Saho. I work in the State Law Office of Banjul, the Gambia. I have worked previously as a magistrate, and we're grateful for this opportunity to undertake this study. So basically, that is the outline of the report that you may now be seeing on your screen. So like I was saying, it's divided into 5 chapters, and the 5th chapter is where we have our conclusion and recommendations. So if we will move on, I'm not sure if I can change the slides from here, but I like to move on to the 3rd one. That's right. So like I was saying, the 1st chapter looks at the background to the CFTA. Obviously, we understand that since '91, we have the Abuja Treaty. And so the implications of the Abuja Treaty is that it established an African economic community. And so there is also an implementation protocol that it envisaged and which was also promulgated to establish or to coordinate the relations that should exist between the African economic community and these regional economic communities that we have. I'm sure you must know that I mean, Africa is littered with, there is a plethora of regional economic blocks. I think we have counted up to 19 or more. And so there has been this deliberate attempt for some time now, I think beginning since in 2006 in the Banjul Summit, when the African Union heads of state and governments decided to pass a moratorium on creating any more regional economic blocks so that we are able to minimize or maybe handle the spaghetti ball effect that we often hear in the regional integration discourse on the continent. So basically, it was found that, and like the quote you see on your screen, that the transformation of the the organization of the African Union into the AU indeed added a new dynamic to the economic integration aspirations that were embodied in the African economic community, and of course, by extension, between the relations that should exist between these regional economic communities and the African economic community, or the economic community of Africa. So obviously the overreaching goals of the African Union since the passing of the Constitutive Act, has been to take over the regional integration ambitions that are set out in numerous international or rather African instruments, including the Lagos Plan of Action, you name it. I think there is a long list of instruments that have a bearing on the economic integration on the continent. So that's the background, if you like, to where we are now in 2022. If you may move to the fourth one. Yes, so having said that, you realize that the CFTA or the AFCFTA, and you will see that I use the two interchangeably, because if you take Africa, then you have the Continental Free Trade Area. But if you put the AFCFTA, then you have the whole acronym together. So you realize that the negotiations have been designed in phases. And so these are three phases of the CFTA negotiation. You must also bear in mind, and the report does highlight, that, there is what we call that a single undertaking. The CFTA agreement proposes a single undertaking. By this, it means that every instrument since the adoption of the framework agreement in 2018 and its subsequent coming into force, when it received 22 ratifications, is that each and all of them will become binding so long as they are negotiated and they are adopted by the membership. And obviously you realize that because the CFTA is membership driven, so that means that there are lots of other instruments and frameworks that could be, utilized to advance the role of HRDs in mainstreaming human rights. Please, let's let the fifth one, please. So the first phase of the negotiation saw the drafting and negotiations of the CFTA agreement as a framework agreement. And we also saw the protocols on trade, the protocols on services, and the protocol on the rules of procedure on dispute settlement. So you would also, if you go further with respect to the protocol on goods, you have the schedule of tariff concessions, you have the rules of origin, you have and these are annexes to the protocol on trade in goods. So you see the long list of those, including trade remedies. And then with respect to the protocol on trade in services. Sorry, I hear myself echo. I'm not sure if you're hearing me. Yes, so I mean, to move on, the protocol on trade in services was also negotiated as part of the framework agreement. It was not until subsequently that the heads of states and government agreed on what should be the 5 priority areas for the trade in services, and so they agreed on transport as one of those priority areas, communication, finance, tourism, and business services. So the protocol on the rules and procedures on dispute settlement, which I want to believe, is of great relevance to the discourse, because certainly as human rights defenders, which I identify sometimes, we want to ensure that there is access to justice for victims of violations. However, you will realize that the dispute settlement mechanism of the CFTA is designed in such a manner that it only allows for interstate disputes. And so this has big implications for access to justice. And so we eventually had to look at how we could use other, judicial bodies to advance the cause of human rights. So the second phase of negotiations, which is ongoing now, are on investment, intellectual property, and competition law or competition policy. And obviously, there has been an agreement that there will be a third phase on e-commerce, because e-commerce and digital marketing and digital trade has become a storm on the continent. And obviously, there are lots of associated violations that come with e-commerce, and that's something that HRDs must find an interest in. And so the blueprint is extending to the prospects of having a Pan-African payment system. And this is being done in partnership with the Afrexim Bank. Now, moving on, we must understand the CFTA within the context of the WTO, and that is the next slide. So first, we agree, I guess, that at the international level, we have the WTO-led multilateral trading organization. And so the WTO is also designed in a manner that it allows exceptions to certain principles. And one of those principles is the MFN, known as the most favored nation. So you have the most favored nation, and with time, we might look at some of these principles, but the report is very detailed in terms of what these principles are and what implications they have on human rights, but of course on cross-border trade and all the associated rights that come with freedom of movement of goods, persons, and services, capital, and technology. So basically, the CFTA, as an exception to those articles you see there of the WTO, makes exception that allows for state parties or members of the WTO to create a free trade area and also a customs union. And so the CFTA envisages as the ultimate objective to establish a continental customs union and a free trade area. And then so therefore you have the whole, because it's AU member driven, I cannot repeat this enough. It's expected that all the members of the African Union who are also state parties to the CFTA will be within one customs union and one free trade area. And so essentially it also means that substantial reductions will be made in terms of the tariffs, reducing tariffs and tariff barriers. But of course, also it's important to look at what non-tariff barriers exist. And these are things that will interest the human rights defenders, because we have problems of movement of people in Africa. And so the research, the study shows that in fact there are pre-existing cases of allegations of violations rights of migrant workers. So if you are establishing a customs union and a free trade area, so these are things that HRDs must going forward pay huge attention to. But very crucial to the entire discourse of the continental free trade area is what goods qualify, because it's not a catch blank concession to the state parties. For you to benefit as a trader, or for the goods that you're trading to benefit, they must be established to have originated from the customs union or from the free trade area, i.e., because we have a lot of what we call in trade parlance as anti-dumping. I think I was listening to the first session partly, and I had it mentioned, we have goods coming from China, we have goods coming from all over the world, that are of, in terms of classes, degrees really, really, really low. And so these have implications, because obviously countries like the Gambia have survived for the longest time on re-export trade, right? So goods that are not wholly produced in Gambia, for example, that are imported from China and are sought to be re-exported, say, to Senegal or Guinea, will not qualify. And so these are things that, before a trader comes to you as a human rights defender and say, my goods have been rejected, it's essentially you ask him, where did your goods come from? And so that's, so yes, so those things are quite key, because if you look at, in fact, the protocol on goods, the protocol on trading goods has made it very clear that only such goods will qualify under the CFTA. So in terms of, so those are some of the technical trade issues that as HRDs you might have to confront. So moving on, we also looked at the institutional and administrative framework for the CFTA. And now, because of the nature of the relation, I think it's a very special relationship that we have between the CFTA and the AU. Because if you look at some of the organs of the CFTA, sometimes we were even wondering, are they referring to the same subsisting AU assembly, and whatnot? And so basically, you have the AU assembly, which obviously we know is composed of heads of governments and their representative, and it is the highest authority on the CFTA, as it has the exclusive authority and makes. Yes, sir.
No, sorry, you are a little bit faster. Can you slow down because of the interpreters, please?
Okay,
it's possible to slow down. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do my best. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So like I was saying, the organs of the CFTA, to a very big extent, mirror what we already have as the organogram for the African Union. And so you have the AU, you have the Assembly, you have the Council of Ministers, you have a Committee of Trade Ministers, we have a Secretariat. I'm sure we know that the Secretariat has been established already. And it's headed by a Secretary General, and it's housed in Accra, Ghana. And also we have as one of the bodies of the CFTA, the DSB. The DSB is the dispute settlement body. So basically, yes, those are some of the organs of the CFTA. And then now to the big issue that we believe will set out the difference between what HRDs themselves perceive as being left out versus what the research shows to be been captured without being known. It's like you've been captured, or you don't know that you have been captured in a way. Because if you look at some of the principles that according to the framework agreement itself shall govern the framework agreement and all the protocols that shall be negotiated as part of the different phases of the negotiations, is the ACWIS. And so we have as one of the as the governing principles, we have the different principles we have variable geometry, we have consensus building, and we have the ACWIS. We have also binding African Union conventions and best practices. So if the agreement says that, okay, the CFTA is going to be governed by this. And so when we talk in terms of binding African Union conventions on instruments, and it even says relevant international instruments, and this could also be interpreted to include, binding UN instruments on African governments, because basically the same signatories, the same countries that have ratified these human rights instruments are the same state parties to the CFTA. So already there is a pre-existing duty on them to ensure that they protect, promote, and fulfill the rights of everybody on the continent. And so, but the term ACWIS, has eroded the agreement itself, because it's not defined, number one. And number two, it is a borrowed terminology from the European Union, and basically what it means is that that the CFTA, shall be governed, by principles and values that have been accumulatively developed on the continent, over the course of the decades. And that could span a long time, and that could include the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and all those other, African human rights instruments. And also of great importance is that the agreement, the CFTA agreement, recognizes 8 regional economic communities and describes them as the building blocks for the implementation of the CFTA. And those are the 8 that you see right there, I guess, on your screen. And so these 8, obviously, there are, questions as to what is the different levels of their development, and also essentially, whether there is a concept of an AU law. I mean, as you have, and some of those questions we leave it to the eminent persons in the room there in Nairobi, to share your thoughts with us. And we say there is an African Union law. To what extent is it binding on African member states? Is the African Union moving towards a supranational organization? Does it have the power not just to back, but to bite as well? So these are essential questions that HRDs, and I trust, as we go on, that we have very experienced elders right there, and so it's important that we put our thoughts around that. And so these best practices, obviously, if you look at these regs, some of these regs have developed to such an extent that there is an appreciative or an appreciable jurisprudence that they have developed in terms of human rights compliance. We have, so is the EAC, and I'm sure, most of you, if not all of you, have been engaging these courts, in these 8, including the SADC and all of them. And so there is that balancing act, in terms of, because if you must understand that the CFTA does not seek to abrogate the regional economic communities. In fact, it says that they are building blocks. And so what is envisaged is that each REC will negotiate with the other REC, because as for example, just to simplify, the ECOWAS member states have agreed to a common external tariff. And so there is a highly reduced or subsidized tariff system within the ECOWAS membership. And so obviously it's supposed to be free movement of goods and persons. So ECOWAS will negotiate their tariff lines with SADC. SADC will negotiate their tariff lines, their common tariff lines, with CENSAT and EAC, and vice versa, if you understand it to that extent. Now, there are also other important principles, and that will come in the next slide. And these include, and I've mentioned at least two of these, and that includes the question of variable geometry and consensus building and accuracy. And now variable geometry sounds very contradictory to consensus building, and the accuracy is not even defined. And so at least there has been an attempt to lay bare what the implications for the use of the term the accuracy is in this, and the term is not defined in the CFTA, like I said. And so I think according to one author, it must be giving a generally accepted meaning, and so it must be looked at to determine whether there is a sufficiently developed jurisprudence in the 8 regional economic communities, you know, and then if we are moving towards a supranational African Union, and if you can refer to, we can highlight, and I think the likes of Professor Fagbayibo have had time to look at this question. I mean, is there an African Union law? So basically that's it. But in terms of the meanings of these principles, variable geometry denotes that every member or every state party to the CFTA must be judged according to their capacity to adopt what is binding. And so it's progressive binding nature. You will not be bound until you are ready to be bound by it. And so this has implications in terms of, you know, how do you determine what should not bind Gambia, but what should bind South Africa, you know, and because South Africa and Gambia are at different stages of their economic development. So what South Africa might be willing to sacrifice or as a trade-off, Gambia may not be willing to sacrifice as a trade-off. And so these balancing acts are there. However, I am sure with time, as you read the report, you will realize the EAT, and that's the East African Court has had occasion to determine the relationship between variable geometry and consensus building, and if they are contradictory. However, you know, it will please you to know that according to that decision, they are complementary. You know, so I mean, I don't have the capacity, but I will have when I have the capacity, I will do it. So I mean, to avoid the contradiction that is inherent in it, that court took that reconciliatory approach. So moving on, it's essential to understand what the overarching objectives of the CFTA are. Is to establish a continental customs union and an African market, and in the long run, I'm not sure what the timetable is, because from the Agenda 2063, you know, we can say that, okay, there is a time frame for most of these objectives to be realized, but then obviously these will have far-reaching implications on trade, commerce, and the economics of the continent, you know, because if you have a monetary union, an economic and monetary union, and a common market, you know, you are basically mirroring other, you know, free trade areas, and some of these would be NAFTA. You know, NAFTA is the North African free trade area, and the EU. You know, and then there are arguments on why we need to model the CFTA on the EU. Have we started the journey towards integration at the same stages? You know, so the jury is out on those things. We do not have to look into those specifics. And so finally, moving on also, we looked at what legal frameworks exist for mainstreaming human rights in the CFTA. And so we began by looking at the CFTA agreement itself and its implementation protocols. We were amazed to realize that, I mean, the CFTA only makes a preamble reference to human rights, rule of law, good governance. But however, there is what I call the Article 27 effect, which is to empower women and youth that are in the service sector. And also because the agreement itself says that it shall be by, you know, binding AU, and, you know, so these human rights instruments on the continent are very important the jurisprudence of the Rex courts are very essential, to be used, because most of these courts, Rex courts, have a human rights jurisdiction, and so if we as HRDs are unable to seize the DSB, which is the dispute settlement body, then the argument is that we are able to bring the state parties to the CFTA in these regional courts. We can sue Gambia for violating the principles in the CFTA, in the ECOWAS court, but we cannot do so in the DSB. So these are all essential, and obviously we have the different committees and quasi-judicial bodies that are established or recognized under the Constitutive Act. We have the African Charter, I have mentioned it before, and we have all these instruments, including the APRM, which is the African Peer Review Mechanism. So we believe these are already existing frameworks that could be added to the principles that are recognized as binding on the CFTA, and then it will give HRDs a meaningful ground to not only engage with the CFTA going forward, but to make sure that they effectively participate in ensuring a CFTA compliant, or rather a human rights compliant CFTA. So during the course of the study, like I said, we've had cause to talk to a sizable number of HRDs, and then the perception I'm not sure what the perception in room there is, but the perception from most of the people that we spoke to is that we were barely, and that's on the next slide, please, that we were barely engaged. In fact, we were not consulted. However, there were only a few who have indicated that they know that there is a CFTA, but they don't know what the content is. They are not sure what implications it has on trade. But a lot of HRDs are conscious of the fact that there are pre-existing conditions on the continent, and this has to do with the living standards of people across the borders. Because if you talk about the migrant workers, these are people that are usually between borders of countries, and if you talk about Zimbabwe, South Africa, the entire SADC region, and you pardon my language, but we have also, the study has captured instances of very, 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 nationalistic attacks on people that are supposedly enjoying their right to work and settle in a country. And so these are things that will have far-reaching consequences on the CFTA, because if you are saying we have a continent where everybody is free to go and settle anywhere, move your goods, your services, your capital, and even your technology, and then the next morning there are newspaper articles about attacks. So these are important things that are already existing, and so the question is, to what extent are they likely to be exacerbated? So these are very important things. And then Prof. Sach has, during the course of our interview, given us what I believe is a good outline of what ought to be done going forward, is that to ensure that HRDs do not sleep at their laurels, that we continue to engage with the decision makers to ensure that the right to work, health, security, welfare, women's, and all these Bill of Rights are respected, if you like. So essentially, also, we looked at the fact, we are very happy to share that there was a human rights impact assessment that was done into the CFTA. This was sometime 2016, 2017. And it has highlighted significant stakes for human rights violations through the CFTA. And so these are things that we have also looked at and tried to highlight. And these are things that, we believe HRD should continue to monitor, points of entry, and a lot of training obviously is recommended, and we will come to the recommendations shortly. And again, the question about the supernatural nature of the AU, remains outstanding, because if you can only back, you cannot bite, then I mean, your decisions, your policies, everything that you do, remains, a piece of black letters in a 100 pages paper, and that's it. So we as HRDs must begin the clarion call towards ensuring that we have a supranational AU, and the report does look at those recommendations going forward. So it's also essential to understand that, and that's on the next slide, that, a supranational, that a supranational, will presuppose that, there is an international organization, that has the ability to provide binding decisions, and that the decisions of the courts on the continent, whether these are the courts in the regional economic communities or at the level of the African Court of Justice, that the decisions are respected, they are binding, and that there is a mechanism in place to penalize default. And these are sanctions in the nature of sanctions. If you look at comparative analysis, with the EU, for example, you realize that the membership have sacrificed to some extent their sovereignty in dealing with the international community, and this is very essential, because at the level of the United Nations, do we negotiate as a continent, and these are important. How are we going to deal in our relations with external countries, for example, China? So if each country, and then by implication, CFTA does not mean that a state party does not retain its power, which is sovereign, obviously, to engage in their foreign policies. And this include trade is a very essential ingredient of every country's foreign policy. So if you are free to do what you want with third countries, to what extent can you be brought under check? Quis custodes ipso custodes, who police the police? And also these are essential issues that we believe, as consultants, that the AU must begin, to crystallize, to make sure that and that happens, because even in terms of respect for human rights, there must be a mechanism in place, and we are happy that the instruments that we have reviewed seem to give the AU that power, to issue sanctions for non-compliance by members. So it's a question of ensuring that these instruments are effective, are implemented, are respected, and that anybody who is found wanting, it doesn't matter whether it's the biggest economy on the continent or it's the smallest like the Gambia or maybe Sao, you pay for it, and that way, the peoples whose rights matter, will have protection for their rights. A citizen of South Africa living in Gambia can always be protected, and vice versa. So essentially, and then the study also looks at the issue of how HRDs can effectively participate. We understand that, and I'm sure most of you will know, that at the international level, please, the next slide, that would be, at the international level, at the level of the United Nations, the office of the UN Human Rights Commissioner, there are a lot of activities towards ensuring business compliance for human rights, and that's the topic of business and human rights. So from a strictly trade, as a trade lawyer myself, even though I identify as a HRD, oftentimes we say the business of business is business. Business does not have any business with human rights. But that's a fallacy, because essentially, you know, when towards the end of the World War II, when the global community came up with all those nice and dandy instruments protecting the human rights of the people, coincided almost at the same time with the establishment of the Bretton Woods institutions, you know. And so you cannot say that the conceptualization of the Bretton Woods and all those financial institutions, which was taking place but almost simultaneously as the Universal Declarations and all the UN Charter, which recognize and protect and demand respect for human rights. So essentially, the point is that trade cannot be discussed independently of human rights, you know, because the purpose of the CFTA, and the CFTA has made it very clear numerous times, that the objective is to ensure the economic advancement and development of the continent and improve the living conditions and standards of the people of Africa. And that is a human rights blueprint, you know. So essentially, the issues are there for HRDs definitely to effectively participate, and this could be done by coming up with, you know, soft law mechanisms, you know, that exist at the international level, you know, and contextualize this. Whilst I am a very big proponent of avoiding model copying models, you know, because it has very implications. I'm sure most of you will be interested in looking at, you know, the need to use models and what impact it has on ensuring the full realization of the objectives of those models. What are the contexts are different, but it's essential also to look at what is happening at the global level, you know. And then, you know, it's essential also because the CFTA is also envisaging you know, an Africa that has its own financial institutions. And of course, I have mentioned the African Import and Export Bank and the efforts that they are doing, the very pan-African objectives that they have set for themselves to ensure that access to finance, you know, becomes easy. It's very expensive to access credit in the whole continent. And so the question also could be, does access to credit become a human rights principle? I'm sure my colleagues will agree with me. But then these are soft law mechanisms that we could develop as HRDs, including on how to ensure due diligence on companies, on corporations, of course, on state enterprises, because essentially, I think, you know, there is consensus that as far as the African Charter is concerned, there is no human rights on the continent that is not justiciable. All human rights in Africa, you know, and I think the African Commission, and I'm sure my very senior lawyers in the room will agree that as far as the jurisprudence is concerned, states and non-state actors have been held liable for human rights violations on the continent. And so the question is, to what extent do we also want to hold businesses accountable for human rights violations? We have lots of issues with businesses and human rights. We have child labor. We have, you know, there is a lot of mess that goes on in the backyard of where these golds and minerals, you know, and in terms of community access to land, the issue of land grabbing, you know, the impact of investments and foreign investments is huge. So these are all issues and the implications on indigenous people, you know, and their lands and their natural resources and their indigenous lifestyle. So we need definitely to come up with those strategies to ensure that.
Mr. Staffo.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for interrupting you. Can you summarize within 5 minutes?
Sure, I'm done almost. Thank you very much. So basically, we are also aware that there are a lot of efforts are happening on the continent to develop business and human rights strategies at the national level. And I want to believe national human rights institutions are taking the lead in this regard. So as HRDs, I think that is something that we must continue to work on. obviously the AU has also for a couple of years now, talked about the issue of an EU policy framework on business and human rights. We from the study, it seems as if that got stuck, even though it's been revived. And so that is something that definitely will go a long way in making sure that and that IHRDs do not just only participate, but their participation is effective, and will make a lot of difference on the rights and welfare of the people of the continent. And so we concluded the study with a host of recommendations. And so if you, so basically, is to ensure, because from our conversations with HRDs, a lot of HRDs felt disenfranchised in terms of their participation in the negotiations. But then, seeing that the agreements, the CFTA, the protocols, and are negotiated, even though some are being negotiated as we move on, but at least the framework has been adopted and is into force. And so I don't think it's the interest of HRDs to go back to the drawing board so that we have clauses on human rights. But what we can do is to make sure that we seize the monitoring mechanisms that exist on the continent to ensure that going forward, human rights principles and values are at the center, not basically as footnotes to trade and investment agreements on the continent. And so basically, those are some of the recommendations we have. So the next, I believe, slide also is on the same, so basically it's about ensuring that HRDs understand what the CFTA agreement basically is about, and that you must begin to think beyond traditional human rights, because obviously, the business of human rights now also includes environmental rights. We have climate justice. We have, but none of these things have been mentioned in the framework. And so it's essential that we move on to this regard, that we engage with the AU, with the decision makers, and very essentially, before I just give the floor back, is to ensure that, since the negotiations are ongoing, you could have a protocol on business and human rights. And then that will take care of the wrong perception, as we saw it, that human rights principles are not captured in the CFTA. And so what the business of that protocol would be is to highlight what the pre-existing duties of the states are, in respect of human rights. And so for that note, no, it's fine. I would just say Asante Sana. Al Nimbara, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Safo, for this very
comprehensive presentation and academic study. You've been highlighting an overview on the Abuja Treaty on the African Continental Free Trade Area, also the background of the CFTA, the importance of this treaty, the objective of the CFTA in relation to Agenda 2063, the role of REX in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the legal framework for mainstreaming human rights in African Continental Free Trade Area. Also, you've been talking about the role of human rights defender, which is very crucial, which is very important in the FCFTA. So we shall make sure that, as you said, that the FCFT should ensure the respect of the fields of human rights. and no one should be left behind, especially in Africa. You also presented a recommendation. Make sure the participant will be shared with the secretariat will share it with the participant in order to broaden, to work with it as a tool. So now we shall open the floor because of the time. For the comments, for the questions, please, within 2 minutes because of the time. So I open the floor for you, please. Yes. People are tired. Yes, Mr. John. Go ahead.
Ok, merci beaucoup. En lui suivant, l'approche qu'ils ont développée pour faire cette étude a été intégrée. C'est-à-dire que cela a pris en compte tous les concepts. Mais ce que je ne suis pas d'accord avec, c'est l'idée d'engager certains propos par rapport aux documents sur le AFTCA, en disant que bon nombre des défenseurs n'ont pas cette connaissance approfondie du document. Je souhaiterais qu'ils devaient dire, nous devons saisir cette opportunité afin de travailler sur le document pour meilleure appropriation. C'est ce contexte, cette expression qu'ils devaient prioriser pour formuler cette partie. Et si nous regardons bien, beaucoup des instruments, même l'agenda 2063, n'est pas encore bien approprié dans la mise en œuvre, même au niveau de la connaissance de cet agenda. Du coup, avec beaucoup de documents, ça sera beaucoup plus difficile pour les acteurs de faire la mise en œuvre sur le terrain. Donc, il est nécessaire maintenant de faire vulgariser ces documents à travers des forums comme ça, des formations, pour permettre une meilleure compréhension, une meilleure appropriation pour une mise en œuvre avec succès. Voilà ce que j'ai eu à apporter comme observation sur sa présentation. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. John. Because of the interpretation, so I shall give just a brief what he has said. He has mentioned that he doesn't agree with the legal framework as you presented, especially regarding 2063 agenda. Especially it is prosperous, but in the reality it doesn't affect. Also, the necessity for understanding the legal framework, there should be a building capacity of civil society, disseminating of formation within the CSOs in Africa, working on this issue of the importance of ensuring the respect of human rights, not only just by presentation, but with the working on the ground with civil society and sharing, disseminating information. Yes, is there in? Yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much. Just two quick observations, and I guess maybe the details could be in the general study. One is maybe a need for a bit of a detailed explanation on the entry points for the HRD's engagement in the process. And for me, that cuts across the institutional engagement entry points at the AU or continental level versus the national level. We all know how FCFTA processes are taking place at the national level. They include negotiations, there's implementation happening. What are the actual structures that HRDs need to engage? For me, that point has to be clearly brought out, probably in the study or maybe the toolkit that we will see later. And the second part that, I mean, working at the continental level that I've realized is an ongoing trend, is the shrinking sort of engagement space. Those platforms that we are lightly talking about from a continental level are practically not there. the reason why there has not been that involvement or that inclusion of HRDs. What actions should we recommend, or what structures are clearly there that should be leveraged by HRDs in terms of that entry point at that level? Because it starts from the continental level before it gets to the national levels. And maybe in a mild way, we might also have to think through the protection mechanisms still of HRDs. How are you protected to be able to do what you're doing in a space that is safe for you? We know how free trade or economic processes can also be very sensitive, but also very dangerous in a way. So what protection mechanisms are also being recommended to ensure that HRDs are protected and safe enough to execute their mandate at all levels? I thank you.
Thank you so much for these questions. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up. Thank you, Mr. Saho and your team. I think maybe this is something I should have said earlier, but maybe if we can provide a bit more info as to the issues, like instead of maybe just saying it has implications on Article 11 of the African Charter, a bit more content. What is that right about, and how do you think that right would be impacted, if we proceed with the agreement as it is? So I think that's really important. And I think some interviews were conducted. It's important if that information can feed into the document itself. As in, if we're talking about labor, how is maybe someone in Senegal impacted? Examples of, that at least that really would help in, it would help human rights defenders identify, what the issues are and how they think they can get involved. I think that would help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other contribution, please? Input? Yes, Salima.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to keep something on the table, something that he's mentioned very briefly, which I also intend to talk about this afternoon, around the prospect of a binding instrument around business and human rights, which could potentially also cover some of the things like protection of human rights defenders within this business context. There's been conversations around a framework policy around business and human rights that hasn't been concluded. But I wanted to throw the discussion to this group. Is it possible to build consensus that this is something that we need to push for? Will it be helpful going forward?
Thank you so much. Yes. Other inputs? Okay. Saho, I think there have been a burning question during this session. So the floor is yours for answer.
I must apologize. I missed the first one, but I'll be very happy to start with the second question. I think that was the question from the lady, and then maybe if you are able to repeat what the French speaker said, then I'll be able to share my perspectives on those issues. The issue of protection of HRDs definitely is not new. And there are obviously instruments at the global level as well, and even on the continent to protect the rights of HRDs themselves. And these come with challenges, and some of these of HRDs themselves. And how about we just looked at the challenges in dealing with the CFTA instruments, because I must hasten to say that the scope for this assignment was too huge. Compared to the time framework that we had, this was supposed to be a 32 days consultancy. It has gone close to 5 or more months. But we appreciate it because personally we've learned a lot in the process. And so we are unable to look at all the issues that we believe should be. Obviously, the rights of HRDs themselves is very important. But we've been able to look at what exists at the UN level, at the level of continents, a declaration on human rights. So we have highlighted some of those instruments, but we have not been able to, because that would definitely, I mean, we could have had a separate assignment on the protection of HRDs in the CFTA. So that would have been, an assignment of its own. So with respect to the question on I thought that was a comment on having a binding framework for business and human rights on the continent. I think this is very timely, to be quite frank, because I mean globally a lot of even companies now at the global level are required to have internal measures and strategies on how to ensure corporate compliance for human rights. And so to have an overarching framework at the level of the African Union, which is going to be binding, is very important. And we definitely have recommended for that. And so let me finish before you help me with what the first interpreter, this French speaker said. Mr. Sou's intervention there, I'm not sure whether that was in response to the lady, but then what we have tried to do is to highlight what are some of these rights and what implications they have. Ideally, it would be nice to say, for example, come up with a table or so to say, okay, the right to, for example, freedom of movement, and then say under what circumstances such violations can arise, how, HRD is able to tell what circumstances, will give HRDs the reasonable suspicion to realize that, okay, this, is a human rights violation, under what circumstances they will arise, what to look out for, what are the points of entry, and so, but definitely that we have tried to do, but we must also make it clear that the scope definitely, because you're talking about 55 African countries, and so I mean the circumstances are similar as they look. There are fundamental differences, because relations, for example, between, and I like to use South Africa and Zimbabwe because I love the southern part of the continent. And so obviously, the situations are different, and so, you could have a complete study on looking at the CFTA, role of HRDs and the CFTA in SADC, and the report will be very different from if you had looked at it from ECOWAS, and so what we try to do is to synchronize, all these 8 regs and state what our findings are in respect of, what the stakes of human rights are, because it's a long list of rights that are at stake of violation. And we don't also want to do, we were very careful not to duplicate, because already there was a human rights impact assessment into the CFTA. And even the human rights impact assessment is limited, because otherwise you're dealing with a situation that you cannot finish in a year or more, because like I said, the situations are peculiar. And so what we try to do is to give a generic, statement of what rights are at stake and that sort.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sakho, for this presentation and for the study report. Effectively, there are a lot of challenges facing the human rights defenders in terms of engaging and ensuring the protection of people, especially within those treaties, continental treaties. Finally, we should ensure, as we said, we should ensure the respect of human rights defenders, and as Madam said, there should be actions for the protection of human rights defenders. We come to an end to this session. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence today with us, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Saho.
Thank you, Abdulaziz. So we'll get back to you. We're going on lunch break, and we will give you a full complement of lunch. It's been quite tiring. So we'll take an hour for lunch. We would make adjustments so that we keep within the time as we go along. So colleagues, we'll break for lunch and come back at 2:34. So Abdulaziz, we'll be in touch with you, yes, regarding the toolkit. And since we have covered a lot of the content, the substantive content, we hope we'll go faster with the toolkit. Right, thank you. Yes, so we're going down to Utamu restaurant. Downstairs, yes. Yes. Thank you very much.